Okay, let's get sorted out here. I don't know what they did with the YouTube interface, but I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like what they did with the YouTube interface at all. The preview window of my stream is freaking gigantic right now, and I don't want it to be gigantic. Either way. Let's see. Yeah, it's fine. Good. People can hear me. I can see the chat. Everybody's good. It looks like everybody's happy. Happy Friday, by the way. Hopefully the lighting's okay. I think the lighting needs to be turned down a bit now that I look at it. There, that's much better. It is Friday, right? It's Friday, right? Yeah, it's Friday. Yeah, it's always made the week after a long weekend, and we get we have Good Friday and Easter Monday off, so you can never really feel the same in that week, and you're like, ugh, feel weird. Okay. You're so excited for the next weeks, aren't we all? This is a huge month for us. Like, for the community at large, this is our biggest month. Because we're not only getting FanFest, we're not only getting a new patch, we're getting the announcement of 8.0. We're getting so much this month. So, happy days. Hello. Behemoth, welcome back. A lot of people are joining in today. I'm happy about that, especially since this was an impromptu stream. Mainly, I just wanted to address, well, not address a few things, but I wanted to look over a few things and go over some hypotheticals with everybody. A lot of people are starting to generate theories more and more again, so only EU FanFest hypes you more than this. I'm the same size, so to be honest, because I'm attending EU FanFest. But I still have loads to plan regarding FanFest, because as many of you are aware, I run a Discord called the Fan Events Discord EU, which essentially brings people who are attending FanFest alone together and allows them to experience FanFest together. So FanFest for me are usually a lot of work, primarily because I spend a lot of my time meeting and greeting, which I don't mind. I love it, to be honest. But it usually means I'm running around FanFest like a headless chicken. So I rarely get a chance to sit down when it comes to a FanFest. But I love it, to be honest. I think the only time I can sit down is during the keynote. Now, I suppose I'll get warmed up first, as usual, before I start, because I do feel a bit lethargic, to be honest. I'm just like, oh god. I had a nap, and I think I napped a bit too long. So I still need to work on my relic. I know, I keep saying it. I'm getting there, though, to be honest. I've been picking at it, so I'm getting there. I'm being a good boy. So I'll do a high level dungeon, you know, just while I'm there. So jealous. Hope you all have a great time. I'm too far from all. You're too far from all the FanFests. Woo. You're too far from all the FanFests. Where do you live? Like, do you live on Pitcairn Island or something? You're too far? Yeah. Come on. There's a FanFest on every continent. Ah, that's not. South Africa is not far. Hop on a plane. Hop over. But then again, I can say that very lightly nowadays. Planes are very expensive nowadays. First stream I've been able to catch in a while. Sabora, hello. Happy Friday to you as well. It's good that a lot of you are joining in, because we have a few good topics to go over. But first I'm going to get warmed up. But yeah, I am very excited for FanFest. Primarily because, of course, of 8.0. It's just the hype that comes with it, to be honest, because this is always the best time. Like, right now is a great time, because we're all like, oh, what's 8.0 going to be? Where could we possibly be going? What are we going to see? What are we going to, like, what's going to happen? And then it gets announced, and then the theories go into absolute overdrive. So this is the part I'm really looking forward to. The moment we get that teaser announcement for 8.0 and the basic information about it and the few screenshots and our quick teaser trailer, then we can pretty much start putting the pieces together. Because the moment we know vaguely where we're going, which they're going to tell us, then we can put the pieces together. But there is a few pieces that they've been dropping regarding 7.5, which is allowing us to start to form a picture, I suppose. This queue was not popping at all. Maybe I should have queued for something else. I was in Tokyo at the same time as the Tokyo Dawn Trail FanFest, but I couldn't get a ticket in, so I went to have dinner at the FF14 Cafe and watched the stream there. You watched the stream in the FF14 Cafe? Honestly, that sounds better than FanFest, do you know that? Because if you ever try to sit down somewhere and relax at a FanFest, it's not easy. Getting something to eat at a FanFest? Sitting in the Eorzea Cafe watching the stream of FanFest. That sounds actually legit amazing, not gonna lie. Currently working on my main character again after a long time. What, you haven't leveled it in a long time, or you just been leveling an alt or something, or? I mean, I could never do alts. Like, I see people running around with 3 different characters and I'm like, I can barely maintain 1. How are you doing 3? Well, technically I have 2. Like, I have this character and I have my legacy character, who I keep intentionally behind the times so I can get access to a full world of A Realm Reborn, which is important to me. I got very long-term alt, yeah. You went to the Eorzea cafes in Tokyo and Osaka. I thought there was only one. Okay, so I guess there's multiple in Tokyo alone, okay. That's fair, actually, now that I think about it. Why isn't this queue popping? Pop for me, please. Oh, that's very loud. Ooh. I love it, but it's very loud. There we go. Now, I suppose while I wait, I'll talk about my last video. Do you know that? Have you gotten any good rewards from the Moogle event? I'll be honest. Not particularly. I'm not much of a mount collector, to be honest. I'm not much of a minion collector either, because when it comes to minions, I have one minion in my opinion, and his name is Namiway. Like, he's never not going to be my minion. It's very rare that I'll unsummon him, and I'll only unsummon him if he's getting in my way of recording something. So, let me see what's on the menu again. I looked at this, I think, last week. Let's see. So, miner's earrings. I don't have ears, so earrings are useless to me. Let's see. Fat cat parasol. Parasols do not work with me. I've said this a million times. So, how do we do fashion accessories again? Yeah, so let me do... I'll do the red moon, right? So, yeah. So, parasols do not work for me, unfortunately, because I've got a problem. I've got a plumage that kind of just sticks out like a... Oh, I'm dancing, am I? Am I going to stop dancing? No, okay. Rain check? Yeah, it's still there though. Look, it's just... Ugh. I can't stop clipping. I think the Archon one worked close, to be honest. So, the Archon was close, but no cigar. So, it was better, but not perfect. So, maybe there is an umbrella out there. I think the knapsack works for me just fine. Yeah, it still clips with the back of my head, but I don't mind that, to be honest. But, yeah, it's a good look, yeah. Alright, let me see the rewards here. So, what have we got? I've got Parasol, which I've had issues with. I've got the Ixion already. Modern Aesthetics. I don't have hair. So, I don't have ears and I don't have hair while I'm wearing the helm. So, hairstyles do not matter to me at all. Praetorium is just perfect for going through my backlog of podcasts and such. That's a good point, actually, because you have to keep watching those cutscenes. Oh. Okay, this is one I wasn't expecting. I haven't been here since Christmas, to be honest. The last time I was here, and I like the music of... I like the music here, actually, so I'm going to turn it on. So. Oh, hotkeys are on. Hotkeys. Where's my hotkey keys? There we go. Yeah, I haven't been here since Christmas when I did my music video. Well, not music video, but just relaxing music of FFXIV, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And I just realised I'm blocking the chat. I'm very glad you ate the healer. Yeah, I am as well, actually. It would have been bad for that. To be fair, I've done that more than once. I've joined as a tank and suddenly I can't move. So I was actually clicking. I turned into a clicker for a few seconds. Not that there's anything wrong with clicking. Some of my closest FF14 friends are clickers. Oh Jesus, my lighting does make me look like a push ultra. Jesus. How do I resolve that? I think it's the fact that I'm in a bright room combined with the fact that my lighting's very bright and the screen is currently very bright. You play with the controller on the PC? To be fair, Puff, you're not alone in that. Yeah, snow reflects sunlight, so I'm actually getting the full effect. Literal snow reflection, exactly. I'll be in the cave in a minute, so everything should be fine. Once I'm back in Solution 9 or something, everything will go back to normal. See, this is why I like running a dungeon at the beginning of any stream I do. It just gets me relaxed, gets me warmed up, gets my fingers warmed up. And then I'm usually in just the perfect mood for doing a stream. I realized I didn't say hello to anybody though. Hi there, everyone. I was very rude, I didn't say hello. Yeah, I think I spent well over an hour in this dungeon just recording the background. So recording the snow, recording the trees moving. Still, nice video, I still listen to it. Alright, where are the animals? There they are. Come show us Pokemon. See, that alone makes this an amazing mountain. Because this mountain has bears, goobos, oxes, and everything else living on it. Waiting to be mid-fight to say hello. That's usually my way. What's this again? Oh yeah, the icebreaker. Yeah. I tell you, Endwalker had some of the best boss stages. You know that? Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, it doesn't explode. Never mind. I thought I was gonna die there for a second. See, it's partly the problem. Endwalker was just amazing. So, trying to follow Endwalker with an expansion that's better than it was an extremely tall ask. So I'll discuss that about my video now in a few minutes, because my video sparked a lot of controversy. well, not controversy. It sparked a lot of discussions on both sides. It turned into a presidential election, essentially. The funny thing though, my last video, which is the Alexandria video, has the biggest dislike ratio I think of any of my videos that I've ever uploaded. So people's feelings about Dawntrail are still very strong in a negative aspect. Well, I'll discuss that in a few minutes. I'm going to be honest, I've never done this boss perfectly. I've never had a group who actually did this boss 100%, so I don't know what the boss would say if we did everything perfectly, because no group I've ever had did it without flaws. I would love to do it without flaws, but I'd honestly think you'd have to bring a pre-made in just to do this one boss perfectly. In your FC, I was the only one who liked Dawntrail. That's sad. Not in a bad way for you, but the fact that there was such a big dislike ratio in your entire FC for Dawntrail. But yeah, I'll discuss the, I should have actually elaborated on a few things on the video, to be perfectly honest. So I left a few parts of it out that I really should have gone into more detail, which would have clarified my thinking. But unfortunately, a lot of it got overpowered by the Dawntrail bad crowd. Which, to be fair, it's an opinion a lot of people have. They feel Dawntrail was a weak expansion, but it had shoes to fill. It was never going to fill, to be perfectly honest. So it has its critics and it has its supporters. So it's one of those expansions the entire community won't get behind, if you get my meaning. Alright, Galatea, let's see how quickly and perfectly we can do this. Oh, we failed. Yeah, we failed right off the bat, and now two people have Doom. So, I don't think we're getting a good score. I think most of these people would die to a mid-ranked Void Sense. 10 of everything. Alright, which one's mine? Mine. And I'm supposed to look away. You know, a lot of people would look at me bad for doing this. People are like, why are you standing still doing nothing? People will look at me as if, you're disgusting. How dare you? How dare you not min-max? Where's number one? So here, I'm gonna choose over there. Alright. 1 Z's, 2 Z's, 3 Z's, 4 Z's, dead Z's. I would resurrect you, but I do not have the capacity. Maybe I should just sell these. Boom. Thank you. A ranking of 7. That's not a good score. Sadly. Dawn Trail was bad because it was slow. That's a critique a lot of people had about its pacing. Its pacing was a little iffy. Content itself is one of the best though. I don't think it's great. See, now don't start turning on each other, please. I know this is a safe space for expressing yourselves, but we'll all be nice here. We have other things to discuss other than an expansion that's nearly over. But you can tell, this is a prime example. Even in a small community like this, Dawn Trail kind of elicit feelings both positive and negative. So it's that sort of expansion that still years later is going to be talked about in both positives and negatives. And people are going to be in opposite camps forever in that regard. For a second there I was like, where's the gate? There it was, over there. Sorry, I was very focused there. I usually like zone out then at that point when I'm focusing on something. 7 out of 10 in the story, 10 by 10 story makes the worst suspension of time, I guess. I felt Shadowbringers was a 7 out of 10. To be fair, Shadowbringers had a very, very strong start. Very strong.
I've been waiting so long.
Oh, that's Stormblood. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Yeah, ignore me then. Stormblood. Yeah, Stormblood was Stormblood was the controversial expansion before Dawn Trail came along.
I bring my all to bear.
But I enjoyed Stormblood, to be honest. Although, to be fair, when it comes to the playthrough of Stormblood, it's kind of a blur, to be perfectly honest. Don't really remember it that well. Not compared to the other expansions. To be fair, the one thing that made Stormblood amazing was Xenos. Xenos is outstanding in that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5.
You really must try harder.
I will do that now. Thank you. I appreciate feedback of all types, especially that one when you can't hear me.
Battle the so whet the appetite.
There we go. Now I can actually hear myself talk, which is good. He's doing his ultimate now. Okay, and I'm just gonna. Yeah. Perfect time to do that. Oh wait, we're supposed to DPS now. Okay, sorry. No more games.
Be swallowed by the tide.
Stormblood just felt weird when you're split between Hingashi and Alamigo in terms of playing, but it did tie everything together by the end. Yeah, in comparison to Dawntrail, which felt a little disjointed when it came to its story. But that's primarily because of the differences in themes. Sorry, I'm not focusing much on the chat at the moment. Once I'm out of here, I'll be able to fully focus on it.
Good.
I learned a long time ago, don't focus on the chat when you're fighting. Fairly certain it was a Bahamut Prime 1% wipe that actually cost me that. My combination goes to the Calyx lookalike. But didn't know there was a glamour like that. Right, I'm going back to Solution 9. I'm going to turn the music off and this music's going back on. And... right, let's have a look here. So... Xenos is my favorite villain in all Final Fantasy games. He's an amazing character. I fully agree. Very well written, very well acted from both the Japanese and the English voice actors. The Dolmen's part of Ishikawa were my favorite parts of it. Doma is a blur to me when it comes to Stormblood, like the original launch. Game really picked up about coordination, like night and day. You can also type if you have the Mewtwo. I suppose I could just do that, yeah. Based on Trail MSQ was so bad in my opinion. 7.4 MSQ is the best patch I've MSQ'd in years. This music is far too loud again. Jeez. Some of these songs are so different in music volume. The only part I liked was the Kryl scene with our parents. That was at David. That was at the end. Like, you didn't like anything else up until then. It was a very well made scene. I loved it. But that was like literally we're 97% done with the story down at that point. What were people's top 3 moments of it? Of Dawntrail. Top 3 moments of Dawntrail. Oh god. Well, Living Memory was definitely one because it was kind of like an emotional kind of roller coaster. So Living Memory was my first one. Exploring the intricacies of Alexandria's society during that portion was my second favorite. And my third favorite was as the Rite of Succession was drawing to a close. So after you got through all the borderline annoying parts of that, which were like the busy work, once things you started closing in on the Golden City, then I really enjoyed that aspect. So they were my favorite parts. But yeah, let's talk about my last video real quick, right? So my last video was why this place, Alexandria, is good news for the future of FF14 from a developmental aspect. Essentially, the crux of the subject was the introduction of sci-fi, which, to be fair, Final Fantasy's always had sci-fi, and I emphasize that in the video. We got it suddenly. The sci-fi was bumped up a lot more in Dawntrail, with the introduction of advanced technology akin to computers and stuff like that. Like, we have rudimentary computers in FF14, but they're rudimentary. They're literally 1940s computers compared to this 21st century computers. But essentially, I still think it's good news. I still think it's good for the future of FF14 because FF14 has been developing for a long time in this direction. Like, it started off in a fantasy setting with a mixture of sci-fi, but it's been developing on a course where everything gets more and more advanced, and then it kind of hit a wall. And now with the introduction of Alexandria and the future tech and everything else, it allows them to kind of express themselves a lot more, in my opinion. Although I have a feeling that 8.0 and beyond is going to leave this sort of thing in a bubble, if you get my meaning. So if you think, what's a good example of putting this? I don't have a good example, to be honest. I can't think of a good example. But essentially, this content is going to be left in a bubble, and then we're going to be venturing to new worlds, new lands, new locations. Technology is not going to be as advanced, but in terms of the lore of the story, advanced technology and civilizations like this do exist, but we don't really interact with them anymore. Like, we might interact with one or two, but not to the extent that we've seen with the likes of Alexandria. So it's entirely probable that Alexandria and everything tied to it was a once-off. But I still feel like the developers had an amazing time with it, and I still think this was good for the developers. I still think the development of this part of the Dawn Trail expansion was something they loved, because I can tell a lot more love went into it. Like, a lot more passion went into this part of the expansion than the other parts, because it's so different. I still don't think Kryl got the love she deserved. She got scammed big time. Do I think Kryl got scammed big time? Well, if we think of Kryl's story for a second, like, it was a significant setup that she wanted to learn about her past, and she wanted to learn about her parents. She did learn about her past, and she did learn about her parents. But unfortunately, it was bittersweet in the fact that she was only able to be with their parents for a blink of an eye, and then her parents were gone. She's still learning about them after the fact, but it's not the same thing. She's still feeling the loss. And to be fair, I liked in 7.4 that they emphasized her conflict of being kind of stuck between two worlds, because she is a child of both worlds. But it made her realize that she doesn't need to be tied to either one. She can actually move between the two, which is correct. Until we probably lose the night reflection for good and everybody dies. But yeah, I'm still of the opinion something like that's going to happen. Meeting her extended family was great. I kind of wish that she got more screen time with her cousins. I would have liked her cousins to have a reaction to the fact that she was their cousin. I would have liked a bit of family moment there, like suddenly you realize you have a long lost cousin you never knew before. I think that would have been great, but unfortunately we didn't get that. It's not too late, to be fair. It's not too late. Unless it is too late, which we don't know. But yeah. So there's a few things I want to go over real quick, right? So this is in regards to 7.5 now. So 7.5, we got some new information. So we got some screenshots of Trial of the Heavens Part 1. So we got 3 screenshots specifically. So here's screenshot number 1. So let's have a look at this real quick. So we have the key, which has now been separated from its electro components, and is now just the key on its own. So the key, you know, its whitish color with its metal. We don't know what to call this. It's decorative metal, but I don't think anything about this key is decorative, to be perfectly honest. I do like the fact though that it's not perfectly shapen. I mean, look at it for a second. It's very it looks like it was crafted by hand, if you get my meaning. It's not like it was fabricated in a machine or even conjured into existence in perfect shapes and forms. So even though I am still of the opinion that its style and design ties it back to ancient day theorists, it doesn't look like it was something that was just conjured into existence. It looks like somebody took the time to craft it. Yeah, if you're not familiar with its housing, let me tell you about its housing. Hang on. So, let's do key 101 once again. So, key. Where's the items? Items. Where is... I had this entire screenshot collection and I can never find what I'm looking for. Oh, I didn't put it in the items. Okay, I put it in story elements, didn't I? Story elements, Alexandria, I'm assuming. Yeah, so that's 7.4, 7.3, 7.2. Where's 7.0? I can never find anything when I want it. Right, Calyx, go away. Calyx, go away. Don't want you. Oh my god. When I want a picture of the key, I can't find a picture of the... There we go. Okay. So, key 101. So, this is the object that we refer to as the key. However, the key actually comes in two parts. So, the actual key is the central component in the middle. And this electrope augmentation was only installed as a means of giving the users a basic control of the key. So before this augmentation, nobody had the ability to use the key before. So this allowed them, it's like a remote control, it allowed them to remote control it. So this was the development that allowed the members of preservation to activate it. However, the key itself, which was passed down by the Milala until it was given to preservation and given these augmentations, is actually this here, which is now pictured here. So they've decided to remove it from its electrope housing, its chalice. I have a feeling because I think the chalice actually interferes with it. They wanted the key in its raw form in order to analyze it. And it looks like they're in Oblivion's laboratory at the moment. So this is hovering in the central dais, and it's hovering there. It does look like Orosite, doesn't it? So let's compare it to white Orosite real quick, right? So now, granted, white Orosite is a little different, but it does look a lot like it, doesn't it? I mean, substance-wise, it does look a lot like it. But white Orosite is it's an artificial creation using Orosite itself. But in terms of like, yeah, it does look like Orosite, to be honest. You want Shale to join the Scions? I think to be honest, she's a fair candidate to join the Scions, to be honest. And the fact is, she's been very integral into the storyline so far, and she has a big following among the community, so it's highly likely that she might join as a researcher. I wouldn't mind that, to be honest. But we are still underground at the moment, so we'll probably keep her on speed dial. She'll get one of our link pearls at least. But regarding the key itself, I like the fact that it's imperfect. Like, I like the fact that it has these spirals that are not uniform in shape. It's, I'll call it like brass or copper overleaf and figley or whatever you call it, is imperfect. So the key is imperfect. I like that. I like that it's just imperfect. And Orosite is imperfect. Orosite are not just perfectly round stones. So the popular opinion at the moment is that the key actually comes from Azem. Could it hold a shard of Azem? Hang on a second. Could it hold a shard of Azem? That's not really it's not really a possibility we've ever considered before. Have we considered the possibility, like, because we have seen For example, Heart of Sabik is a great example. Athena stored essentially a copy of her essence within the Heart of Sabik, her memory at least. Is there a possibility that there's a consciousness actually locked in here? Do we think that? Could this actually not be a key? Maybe it's utilized as a key, but maybe possible. It might have been. Yeah, my opinion is it was like the speaker. My opinion is the speaker is still one of Azem's incarnations, and that's why the key worked for them. Maybe this is why the key only resonates with us, because maybe it contains the essence of someone who essentially is an incarnation of Azem. But let's think about that for a second. What if the person inside that actually has the abilities of interdimensional fusion? Maybe we're tapping into that ability by using the key itself. But I still think that the key has something definitely to do with Azem. But I have a feeling an incantation is required to activate it. But I want you to look at something for a second. So, everybody's looking at the key right now, right? So take a look at everybody's faces. Shale is kind of just observing it. We're a pillar. We don't really show that much emotion at this point. She's looking at it very kind of like when a cat looks at you with the side of her eyes. Essentially just like, I'm watching you. Kryl seems very disturbed by it. Graha seems very wary of it. So something's happening in this cutscene right now. So this slice of a cutscene we got, something is going on. So she's looking at it like, oh, this is interesting. And these guys are freaked out. So something's definitely about to happen. I have a feeling the key is actually going to activate at this point. So they're showing us a slice of the key about just as it's about to light up. But I do like that we have a full view of the actual crystal now without it lighting up or anything else. Azem and the Sundering is definitely always a bit odd. They don't know anything about it what they were doing. They could have set something up for all we know, or I'm just speculating. That stern look from Graha near Stola and Cry looking worried, I did notice. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not the only one to notice. Like, Shale's just looking at it just like curious. These guys are genuinely worried about something. Like, it's especially the reaction from her. She's looking at it with her eyes glared. She's like, I'm not liking where this is going. Yeah, academics just study something though. They don't usually have emotion. Like, Kryl is not usually one that'll have an emotion of fear about something she's studying. So that's an unusual reaction from her. What if the key tempts people? Okay, that's... Well, think about it. Think about this for a second, right? So let's go back to what Max just said there for a second. What if the key tempts people? The key seems to be drawn to people with ambition. We've already heard this from Miaili. I had to remember her name there. The key is drawn to people with ambition. So the Heart of Sabik was very similar, which is why people are of the opinion that this is some sort of Orosite. So it would function like Ultima's Orosite or the Heart of Sabik. That's correct. Like, even proximity to this key itself might actually have adverse effects on people. We're not really sure. Because we just haven't known enough people who have actually had proper exposure to this frickin' thing. Yeah, Miaili talks about fate, but what she called fate might have been something else. The ambition could also be... Yeah, the ambition could actually be the opposite of the Heart of Sabik. So the Heart of Sabik, for example, is Orosite that amplified a person's ambitions. Maybe the key has a similar function, but it amplifies positive emotions. So that might be the reason. So if this is like the anti-Orosite, essentially. Right, so there's two more screenshots, right? So we have this screenshot of everybody standing on the moon, Kryl's top of her head down here. So he's looking at, well, she's looking at Thancred. She's looking at Thancred. He's looking over there. He's looking over there. He's looking at Thancred. And I'm assuming we're behind them somewhere. So they heard something. I have a feeling that this screenshot right here, I have a feeling that he's sensing so he's like, I heard something, and all of a sudden then I think this is the moment where this happens. She'll end up appearing. So she's standing near Heimdall's last site looking at a theorist at the moment. Now this is the thing as well. So this shows that, well, we already knew that they were coming to Aetheris because we saw the picture of them in Mordona. Now, the fact that she got here, the question is how she got here. So, my prevailing theory is she used the gateway in living memory to get here because she's already admitted this herself. She can't actually cross the void between worlds with her corporeal body unless she left a corporeal body here, which I highly doubt. So I have a feeling she just utilized our method of transportation, which is the gate in living memory. Yeah, see, this is the thing as well, right? This is the other part of this I wanted to discuss. So, returned from the 11 wrecked lands of the Ninth, the Warrior of Light and their companions resume investigations into the key. Yet as they begin to unravel its mysteries, an ally's unsettling message threatens to draw their attention elsewhere. So they're looking at the key, and then an ally's unsettling message threatens to draw their attention elsewhere. Now, some people are reading this and saying, an ally's unsettling message draws their attention elsewhere. People are saying, oh, that's Halmarut. It's not Halmarut. Essentially, this here is likely what's drawing us to Garlamald. So it might be the Watcher indeed. It's like, we've gone to the moon, so maybe the Watcher is the one who's... Because the Watcher has a particular view of things that we don't actually have itself. Like, he has a view of the ethereal sea, he has a view of the reflections and the etheric barriers. So he might be calling us up to the moon just to say something's wrong. So maybe this introduces the Watcher. But she's not an ally. Not even close. Now, it's entirely possible. So think with me here for a second. It's possible that Halmarut approached the Watcher in order to get introduced to us. So maybe she decided to interact with somebody that she knows we trust, is not a member of the Scions, however, and somebody who would be have an emotional detachment from the situation, which the Watcher does have. So maybe she approached the Watcher first to say, I have an important message, and she gave the Watcher information. The Watcher had a look at it and just going, okay, this is a problem, and he reached out to the Scion, or he reached out to the Loporrits, and the Loporrits then reached out to the Scions. So, but in my opinion, no, she's not an ally. She's a neutral third party. She's still an Ascian. So, the fact of the matter is, when she turns up, Y'shtola is going to know she's an Ascian. Like, she's dressed up like this, right? She's not dressed up as an Ascian. She's not going to show up dressed as an Ascian either. So she'll show up. Everybody else will be going, okay, who's this person? Y'shtola is immediately going to say she's an Ascian. Everybody's going to be on their guard. And the moment we find out she's an Ascian, nobody's going to trust her. So she is going to be operating on entirely mistrust. And then once we find out that Calyx is with her, any sort of trust that we actually try to deal with her goes out the window. Because we trust neither Calyx nor an Ascian. So these are two parties who have now partied together, and we're not going to trust any of them. Neutral with a connection to the Winterers, because it's confirmed to be a female friend. Is it confirmed to be a... Where does it say it's confirmed to be a female friend? in the German. Oh, Jesus. The Germans are giving away so much in their translations, aren't they? Frickin' A. These localization teams really like dropping their hints, don't they? I can't translate this page, can I? I remember reading the translation difference. Okay. Okay, so that's fair. That's interesting. I like the sound of that. I like the fact that in the Echoes of Anna deal that Shatoto is turning up again, which is cool. Beastmaster, yeah. It has something to do with this though. So we're going there for a reason. I'm still of the opinion that interdimensional fusion is at work here. So we're going to... Oh, did they add new pictures? Oh, they did, look. Oh, I didn't see this. Okay, I missed this entirely. Okay, let's have a look at this. So, the first picture here, second picture, which looks like a production facility of Garlean design. This cavernous manufactory once helped sustain Garlamald's restless territorial expansion. Long since abandoned, its halls are now a front line to a terrifying incursion. Think of that word, incursion. Where's the image gone? Where's the image gone? The do you remember? No, wait, hang on a second. We're missing an image. Where's the image of the Oh, it was in the thing. Sorry, hang on. It was in the live letter, but they didn't put it in here. Oh, bugger. What was it? Hang on. Let me go find the live letter real quick. Live letter. That's
bookcases in.
That's somebody else's. Where is it? There we go. Okay, so we're looking for where's it? There, yeah. So they didn't put this in the game. Okay, so are we of the opinion that this is a Garlean facility entirely? So, I mean, it does look completely different from Garlean established structures. It's curious they left that picture, isn't it? So let's read that description again, right? So, welcome, Bladrevny, welcome. Okay, so this cavernous manufactory once helped sustain Garlamald's restless territorial expansion. Long since abandoned, its halls are now the front line to a terrifying incursion. Now, by the looks of it, this looks like, well, we can plainly see what this is, and this. So this is where they manufactured Garlean airships. So if you look at this airship here, these are the sort of airships you'd see over the Bosnian Southern Front. This, meanwhile, this looks like another Agrius class vessel. Those yellow tethers do look weird. They look like they're holding the ship up, but I think the ships are lying in their cradles at the moment. But it definitely does look like the Agrius, doesn't it? It definitely looks like an Agrius class vessel. Where do I get a good picture of it? Yeah. So, yeah, the Agrius class vessel. That's definitely what one of those is. Well, it's definitely this one. So, they've got the ship lying here, and then you've got another ship of their class, well, a different class lying over here. So this is a dry dock for the development of these airships, which is good because we've never actually seen where these ships were actually manufactured before, and it seems to be a massive facility with a roof. But what's this? Hang on a second. These things aren't native to the facility. These things don't serve a purpose. I mean, look at them. They're not holding the ship. They seem like they're not native to the facility. Look at them. They're wrapped around here. Then wrapped around the ship. They're wrapped onto the girders of the roof structure. And then draped and lashed onto the ship. That doesn't really serve a purpose, though. This seems like something foreign. That might actually be it. Maybe they're cutting... Yeah. Oh, maybe this is like it's turned into a chop shop now. So they're chopping up the ships. They don't need an Agrius anymore, for example. I mean, they already have... There's an Agrius sitting in Nazi's Lad. They could just go ahead and take back if they wanted. Long since abandoned, its hulls are now the front line of a terrifying incursion. Now, what the frick is this thing? So, let's focus on this for a second. Right, there's an Ahriman. It's definitely a Scorpion class Magitech Walker. But it's got an Ahriman glued to its face. Which is also draped around its... I'm going to assume this is some sort of experiment. I mean, think about it for a second. Like, Fantaniel was not beyond using the Void Scent for his own means. He did capture Zero in order for Xenos to use her. It's interesting though, isn't it? Like, it's... This is weird, though. This is not how Void Scent usually work. Like, Void Scent enter our realm as a soul, because they squeeze through small void gates in order to get here. Then they inhabit either a corpse or an inanimate object. We've seen them inhabit statues. Inhabiting a Magitech Walker is not beyond the realm of possibility. But it doesn't react like this. This is something different. I mean, it definitely looks like an Ahriman. I mean, the wings give it away, but the rest of this is just weird. That is just so strange. Uno has to fit into all of this. I'm of the agreement, yeah. What if they're from an interdimensional rift itself? That's also a possibility. They might be from... Well, maybe they came through from another world and took over the machines left behind. Entirely possible. Look where the tower is, though. So the tower's there. The facility's here. So where the hell is this exactly? So I'm just going to assume it's behind the tower. Do you know that? So I assume we're actually further north now by the looks of it. I thought we were going further south. Well, it looks like this facility is actually north. So the tower's there. They're facing... I would have thought they were facing that way. But I think what we're looking at is a facility that's actually behind. So it's actually over the other side of the tower. So the north side of the Garlean capital, beyond the Garlean capital itself. So I suppose that's where the facility is, because you have the city proper is here, and the manufactory is lying at the other side. Interesting. Okay. The final boss is probably facing south. I don't think he's not the final boss. But he definitely looks weird. It is a curious little thing, isn't it? Like, it's very curious. Very, very curious. So they're going here. There's those things again. So there's the ship. We slide down these. I'm assuming we're going to be going into these pipes, getting flown around like this, then we get spat out here. There's a fire, which is cerulean based, which makes sense. So yeah, we're going up here. We're going around like this, then we're going around like this, then we're going to hop in the pipes, and then the pipes are going to spit us out at this point, and down, around, we hop out here, and then we continue on, and then I'm assuming we go outside at this point. I mean, this kind of looks like the first boss to me. This kind of looks like the first boss that we actually encounter, because we're walking through the ruins of what looks to be the back of Garlamald at the moment. So here, so we start walking through the ruins, then we encounter Mr. Aris Scorpion. Then we enter the facility here. We get around here, we jump around, we fight something else here. So second boss is here. We loop around here, we're running downwards, fighting more stuff. We go through the pipe, we go down the pipes, we're going down here. We're deep into the facility now at this point. What's at the end of it though? And why the frick are we going here? So what does this mean? Why does this... What part does this play? It's all linked to this. It's all linked to this. An ally's unsettling message threatens to draw their attention elsewhere. And people have already confirmed that it's a female who's calling us, and she's like, need your help. Who? The only person I can think of in Garlamald who has the open ability of contacting us. No, it won't be Zero. I don't think this has anything to do with Zero. I think this is actually it's Camp Broken Glass who's calling us. So I know exactly who's calling us. She's right down here. She's calling us. Yeah. So something's gone wrong and she's calling us. So I'd say in all likelihood they were exploring around and they saw something that immediately screamed, "Oh Jesus Christ, we can't deal with this. Get the Scions quick." Although it could have just easily been Alizé. Alphino and Alizé could have actually gotten to Garlamald at this point, and then Alizé reached out to say, "We've got a problem here. Can you help us out?" And we're going to meet with Lucia, and then she's going to go over everything with us, and then she's going to say, "There's a lot of stuff there. Apparently we can't deal with it. We tried to take over the manufactory to maybe build airships for positive reasons. It ended up being infested with something. Can you help us deal with the something?" And then we're going to the moon. What if we got called to the moon and not to Garlamald? That's a possibility as well, but I'm mainly just thinking we got called here based on the fact that there's this going on. This is just really weird. Like, the fact that they didn't show us this image is weird as well. Is there something in this image we're not supposed to see? They didn't put this image into the page. I mean, it looks like the manufactory. So we go from the ruins. We start climbing up the walls here. We enter the manufactory. And then we fight another boss of some kind. And then we fight the final boss, which... Alright, let's consider it for a second. This is an Allegan manufactory. A cavernous manufactory. It once helped sustain Garlamald's restless territorial expansion. What do we think? What do we think? I have a theory. It's not likely. I don't think there's a reason for us to... Well... No, I don't think there's a reason for us to see one. Or maybe there is. Or maybe there's not. I had a picture. Hang on. I have pictures. I have pictures of him. Where the hell is it? Hang on. I need to find these pictures. I need to find these pictures. I really need to sort my filing system out, you know that. I can never find something when I want to. Factions or organizations. Yeah, Guardian Empire. We're looking for... Well, in case you wonder what the ship looks like, that's the other ship that's in the dock. So there's this. And then there's in Agrius. But to be fair, manufacturing in Agrius was no small feat, so... The fact that they're building another one is interesting. I think everyone knows behind the incursion, but who knows what's brought him there though. Just like the solar duty we did this buckle match. Yeah, so wielding the boundless power of the void, they rise from the depths unfathomable, the dread sovereign Uno. So let's digest that for a second, right? With the boundless power of the void, they rise from depths unfathomable, the dread sovereign Unio. So this guy appears to be on a power level of Cloud of Darkness. So he seems to be a king who rules over a portion of the void, similar to how the Cloud of Darkness rules over a portion of the void. Look at the portal behind Unio. Wait a second. What's this thing around it? Wait, what the what the... Wait. What is that? Looks like a freaking organic Stargate. Is this a... like, did somebody build a void gate generator or something? Yeah, it's not. This looks like some sort of device that they created in order to bring void scent into our world. Or he did. Or it could just be... It could, like, this, like, could be in the middle of the void. Like, we don't really know where this is. I mean, look at the ruins behind. There's no indication about where this is. I mean, there's... We don't really know what this is, to be honest. The vines on the ground are an interesting part as well. Look at his staff as well. See the heads on his staff? So see those okay. What the fuck? Oh my god, this thing does not react well to being zoomed. Okay. The staff was a thing in the original FFXIV design. Okay, so with the weird, like, looks like some sort of cat and then an undead face. It looks like Exdeath's face, to be honest. It looks like the plant stuff from Exdeath. Yeah, I suppose. But don't forget, the Exdeath that we encountered. The Exdeath that we encountered was a creation of Ultima's memory. So he created that in the rift for us to fight, based on its memory banks. So we never actually encountered Exdeath. We encountered a recreation. So maybe he has something to do with Exdeath, I guess. But considering the fact that, oh Jesus, okay. Wielding the boundless power of the void, they rise from the depths unfathomable. They rise from depths unfathomable. The Dread Sovereign. Dread Sovereign. Is Dread Sovereign a term from Final Fantasy V? No. Dread Sovereign. It's a band's name. It's the name of a band. Okay. It's nothing to do with that though. It's just Dread Sovereign. Kind of looks like an eyeball, doesn't it? Other translations don't reference the void of Unio in that description. The translations don't reference the void. That's interesting. Okay. So, is that the English translations or the French translations that don't reference the void? Wielding the boundless power of the void, they rise from the depths of unfathomable, the dread sovereign Unio. They say nothingness instead. Okay, maybe the English translation screwed up. Although void and nothingness are just it's probably just because the translations maybe there's no word for void in German. Is there? Yeah. Well, a German talker will have to actually tell me about this. Oh, there is. Okay, so there is a translation for Lear. What about French? Vide. Okay, so they have translations for that word, which I expected, to be honest. Yeah, void and nothingness are often interchanged. I'd agree with that. Yeah, maybe they use void as nothingness. Okay, so maybe it's just a translation issue. Maybe they were trying to be clever and covering it up, but didn't realize that the English translation would just use void anyway. So yeah, but it definitely looks like he definitely looks like a void scent, to be honest. He seems to have that vibe of void scent. He seems to be a caster. He reminds me of Xande in a lot of ways, you know that? Like, aside from the tentacles, like his huge muscles, the staff, the way he's carrying himself, he does kind of remind me of Xande. Like, for all we know, this person used to be a Xande clone. And it got inhabited by void scent. He changed over time, and then you have this thing. But what's this? So you have this gate. So this is essentially, right, some sort of portal generation device. It's generating this portal. These runes are coming off it. It's draped in this fabric, which is then draped along the back of the walls here. It has these roots growing out of it, or growing into it. Yeah, it's decoration for the area, but this thing is just the most peculiar thing, is the fact that it's a gate. It does remind me of Stargate. Like, do you know what? It reminds me of that episode of Stargate where they powered the Stargate using roots. And they wrapped roots around the gate in order to power it, so... Or maybe this gate is just consistently active, and maybe the void's corruption is just spreading out from the gate. I mean, I think that's probably the likely option, although these things don't look like they're growing out of it. So, the Unmaking is the name of the trial as well. He's an interesting character. I'm just wondering, does it have anything to do with this? But the fact that there's a void character turning up in the first place, the fact that Unio is a dread sovereign with the power of the void, what does it mean? What does it mean? They wouldn't include this unless it had something significant. And I want to prove a point for a second. So let me prove a point to you for a second, right? So let me prove a point to you for a moment, okay? So 7.5, we're about to get the trailer for 7.5 very soon. Next week, essentially, we got the trailer. So FF14 2.5 trailer. So you've heard me compare 7.5 with the end of A Realm Reborn. So this, Before the Fall, is the final main patch trailer of A Realm Reborn. So let's quickly watch this, right?
Peggy.
So we had a number of things happen.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wyrm Lord's call. The red behemoth beckoneth, and flame consumeth all.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting.
So it's part one.
I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoice.
Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
Good shit, Gabrielis. Was the trailer different back then? Hang on. Did it not have small trailers back then? Oh, they didn't, yeah. The trailers back then were different, yeah. World of Darkness. Part 2, I guess? No. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. So, if you go back to Before the Fall, they gave us a trailer for part 1, which gave us the elements of the story that happened in part 1, which was Midgar Somer stripping us of our blessing, or making it dormant, essentially, not stripping it away. And they told us about the other elements that went into the story as well. So we got all those elements in part 1. Then part 2 introduced the story elements that accumulated in the Bloody Banquet. So I have a feeling that's what they're doing here. So this is all part 1. So yeah, don't forget, like, they've already confirmed, this is all part 1. So this is 7.5 part 1. This has nothing to do with part 2. Part 2 is going to be our surprise. So these are all a red herring. So this is all these are all valid to the story. They're showing us everything that's going to be going on in 7.5 part 1, where we're addressing some issue in Garlamald that is leading us down a manufactory for some reason. Something's going on there, something's knocking around. We have Halmarut and Calyx coming to introduce themselves. And then we have this Void figure. So it's entirely possible that we start... here's how I see it. The patch will start off with us looking into the key. We strip away the key's electrope augmentations and we start studying it. As we start studying it, we start learning some things about it. But before we actually venture further into it, we get a call from Garlamald, from either Alize or Lucia or somebody else, to say that there's something going on in Garlamald. And we have to go to Garlamald to sort something out. We end up going through the manufactory to... I'd say more than likely is the Garlean Republic was actually exploring the manufactory to maybe strip away for parts and stuff like that, maybe to just retake control of the facility. But they called us in because there seems to be a void presence within the facility for some reason. So we start going through it. We start encountering void scents, which are combined with Magitech for some stupid reason. Not that they're stupid, it looks amazing. And then we start going through the facility. We start making our way down. We find the third boss, which I'd say has something to do with the void as well. There seems to be a void theme going on here. We destroy that, whatever it is. Then we get led to, or I'd say he's probably going to make his appearance. For all we know, this is at the bottom of the manufactory as well. Do you know that? Like, it might be, maybe the manufactory was built upon ancient ruins that we didn't know about. But the point is, it seems that is leading us to an encounter with a Dread Sovereign of the Void, which may introduce Zero or Golbez to the story. We never know. But this person seems to be on a level of Cloud of Darkness. And he seems to have a large-scale void gate open, which appears to be maintained by whatever this is. So I have a feeling that they've opened a void gate, and it's being maintained by whatever this device is, which might actually be some sort of relic left over by Fandaniel's machinations. Maybe this is how he got Void sent there in the first place. Maybe he built it to get Zero to rip herself through. I don't know. But the point I'm trying to make is, this is all just part one. So this is nothing about the big surprise. But essentially we have to deal with him in part one. We deal with him. Whether or not Zero gets involved, can't say. After this is done, then we take the tower to the moon. We go to the moon. Then we start getting introduced to maybe the Watcher. And then she and Calyx are introduced. So they get introduced towards the end of the story, where we have to deal with the consequences of what's going on. So I have a feeling that the dungeon and the trial will be done in the middle of part one, and then the rest of it is going to be setting up part two, which is going to be her appearance and our warnings and something like that. And then part one will be left on a cliffhanger, which then sets up the announcement, essentially. So whatever they're doing here will set us up for an announcement of 8.0. So whatever she's going to announce, something's going to go wrong, or something's going wrong, which then leads us all into the announcement of 8.0 at FanFest. Because don't forget, the trailer for this is coming first. So we get a full trailer of what's going on. Then we get 8.0's announcement. And then the end of part 1 is going to tell us about how we're moving into 8.0. So that's how this is actually going to run out. Which makes a lot of sense from a story narrative perspective. And it keeps part 2 hidden, which means part 2 is in a complete and utter mystery to us. We don't know how part 2 is going to roll off. We don't know what the surprise is going to be, importantly. Part 2 of Trail to the Heavens is going to have a surprise. And it's going to be bad. I have a feeling it's going to be disastrous. And Border, we're going to get a teaser trailer this month for 8.0 at FanFest. We're going to get some basic information about the upcoming patch, including its name. In all likelihood, we're not going to get job announcements or anything else, but they're going to give us basic information about the expansion, a few screenshots. But yeah, I still think we're going to cause a disaster. And I have a feeling that part 2 is going to go back to the key. So we'll start with the key in part 1, but we get distracted by Void Scent and Halmaros and everything else. Then we start looking at the key again in part 2. Then something goes wrong. And we spent part 2 walking down the road to oblivion. Yeah, so to reiterate what's going to happen with the 3 FanFests. So, because we have 3 FanFests, this is how the announcements will go. So, first FanFest, which is NA, is going to give us the teaser announcement trailer for 8.0. It's also going to give us the name of the expansion, some little tidbits of information, and they'll mostly share screenshots about some of the basics of the expansion itself. They'll show us some terrain, they'll show us some map art, but they won't elaborate on what those places are or where we're going. Then, second FanFest, they'll give us an extended trailer. That FanFest is going to be EU. So EU will give us an extended trailer for 8.0. We'll also get the announcement of our first job, more than likely, assuming they stick to the 2-job model, which is highly likely. And then, after that, we'll get the third FanFest, which is going to be the full trailer. And we'll get our second job announcement. And then after that, we'll get our final job trailer. Or we'll get our job trailers after that. Then we'll get our full trailer for the expansion itself, which is like a patch trailer. And then we get the expansion itself, which, if I had to guess, I'd probably say early 2027. We already have the dates of every FanFest as well, that's correct. So, why is my music gone dead? Ooh. Yeah, so just to reiterate what I said. So, first one, North America, April 24th and 25th, we get our teaser trailer and the official announcement of 8.0. Few tidbits about it, that's it. Europe, in July, we got our extended trailer, our first job trailer, and more information about the expansion overall. Then October and 1st of November, we get the full trailer, our second job, and then everything else just goes from there. But considering the date, November 1st for the full trailer. Hang on. So, FFXIV. How long after FanFest did Dawn Trail release? Come on, Google, give me a good answer. Dawn Trail was released on July 2nd, 2024, which was approximately 6 months after Final Fantasy FanFest in Japan. So, six months after November 1st, 2026. May 27? Give or take? Like, give or take? Depends how big this expansion is. Like, we could get it sooner, we could get it later, but that's just a rough estimate. So I'd say beginning of summer 2027. Do you think it would be that soon after Japan? It's already confirmed to be out this year. That's a very soon release, though. I don't think we've ever got an expansion that soon after FanFest since Heaven's Ward, I think. I think Heaven's Ward was right after. Do you know that? Well, that's not accounting for the other ones, though. I'm saying it's next year. I'm still saying it's next year. I don't think they want to do a December release again. Heaven's Ward was delayed a little, yeah. But to be fair, Heaven's Ward was already in development by the time A Realm Reborn released. So the moment they released A Realm Reborn, they had already started on Heaven's Ward. My personal prediction would be March 27. And if it is March 27, I'll be very happy. Because I'll be in the right position to do that. They wanted to go back for some release of Dawn Trail. It was not possible to deal with it unless we have a desperate way for it. Think about this for a second, right? So think about this, right? So let's try and develop a timeline, right? So when did FF14 7.4 release? So that released on December 16, 2025, which was so roughly a 4.5 month gap between. It's roughly 4.5 months for every patch. So let's think about that for a second, right? So what date is 4.5 months after April 27th, I think? Come on, AI, do your job. Well, so let's say, but we're not, let's remember, these two patches are the same. So this is one patch. It just comes in two parts. Actually, let's think about that for a second. Patch 2.5, when did part 1 and part 2 release? What was the time frame for that? I don't remember that. Final Fantasy XIV patch 2.5 titled Before the Fall was split into two main parts, with the first part releasing in January 2015 and the second in March 2015. Okay, so there was a 2-month gap between part 1 and part 2 for 2.5, which is the last real story that I remember that came in 2 parts. Final Fantasy. Oh, they already announced that, did they? Um, 7.55 release. Did they already announce that? I don't remember hearing that. Is expected to release in late July 2026. This patch will follow the initial Trail of the Heavens patch 7.5 part 1, which is launching in April. May, June, July. Expected to 7.56 is okay. Hang on. Are we sure? Oh yeah, which includes the main scenario. Okay, this patch is the second part of the final major patch timeline. So 7.5, April 28, 2016. Early June for 7.51. Late July for 7.55. September 2026. Now, part 2 then comes out before. Yeah, so this comes out a few weeks before Japanese FanFest. Japanese FanFest will give us the final trailer for 8.0. Okay, so by the time we get to FanFest Japan, we're already pretty much geared up for the next expansion. Well, let's think about that. So, if we go by patch cycles for a release, and they wouldn't have us waiting too long. So, let's just say it was the beginning. So, a January release? Do we think? I mean, a January release makes sense to me. Because they weren't really happy about releasing it on December. I mean, the player base did have a lot of feedback in that regard. A January release does sound cool. January release might work, but it depends on what's going to happen in 5.6. Yeah, that's true. January does work though, doesn't it? January does work. Yeah, that's true. So is China synced up with us yet in terms of Final Fantasy 14? Is there patch? Is their expansion cycle already? Actually, hang on. Let me ask. I don't remember what China's on. Oh, they caught up with us already. Okay, so they're not going to release on the Chinese New Year. When's the Chinese New Year? Oh, before the New Year. Okay. Okay, I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I'm calling it January release because they won't release it during the Chinese New Year. I mean, they could, but I don't think they're going to. Yeah, I'm calling it. I'm calling a mid to late January release of 8.0. If that ends up being the case, though, that's perfect for me. I'd be very happy with that. I'd be really happy with that, to be honest. I'll be in the perfect position to be able to play 8.0 in that case. Yeah, considering the fact that China is now caught up with us in terms of patch cycles, that means the entire world, in terms of regional releases, are now on the same wavelength. So we can start getting... Or is it Korea behind us? Hang on. I could have sworn there was a place that was actually not on it. Ah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, Korea is not caught up to us yet. Korea is... I think Korea is... They're catching up, but... To be fair, by the time 8.0 comes around, they should be fully caught up. So maybe they will actually escalate things to make sure everybody's on the same wavelength. So I think they'd want to have every country on the same wavelength by the time they release 8.0. Do you know that? Because it has been a headache for them. I could see them blitzing through the rest of Dawn Trail for Korea. Just to get us all on the same wavelength. So I'm still sticking with my January prediction. Mid to late January 2027. Which, as I said, would be perfect for me because I'd be in the right position. Fuck. I want to tell you, but I don't want to tell you. I really want to say this, but I don't really want to say this. My friends all know this already, but I haven't announced it. Do I want to announce it here? Fuck. I kind of wanted to make a video to announce this, to be honest. I don't think I want to announce it here, to be honest. Do I want to announce this? Do I want to announce this? Do I want to announce this? Shit. Shit. Oh. Okay. Okay, am I going to do this? Am I going to announce this? Shit. I didn't want to do this on a stream. But now I've already leaked that something's happening. Shit. Oh, it's too late. Okay, the genie's out of the bottle. Okay. Okay. Shit. Okay. I'm not having a sprout. No, I'm not having anything like that. I'm not getting married and not having a sprout. But it is life-changing. I'll make a video later. I'm in the middle of scripting an announcement video on both my channels for this, because it actually directly involves both my channels. So I'm not getting a puppy. Let me show you real quick, right? So it directly relates to my other channel. So let me show you my other channel real quick, right? So I have 2 channels. So my FF14 channel is Wyrm Limion, and my second channel is this channel here. So this is my other channel. Name is David's Moto Life. So gaming is not my only passion. My other passion is motorcycles, or specifically my motorcycle. I've done a fair amount of traveling on my channel so far. So for example, I recently went to Normandy on my motorcycle, and I traveled around the entirety of Normandy, vlogging my way around Normandy. So I'll show you a quick example of... let me show you my last video, actually.
Okay. Should be around here, I think.
Where the hell am I?
There you go.
I don't know where I am, actually. Yeah, I was passing through Samurai Glees, I think, at this point.
I still feel sick. It's just typical, isn't it?
Yeah,
The
so
entire
essentially,
trip we've been sick.
I started moto vlogging about a year ago, give or take. I started with my Ireland trip. So, do you want to see when I broke my hand, for example? Do you remember when I said I broke my hand? So I'll show you when I broke my hand. I didn't record me breaking my hand, but I'll show you when I broke my hand. So yeah, I'm exploring a church at this point. So I'm exploring. This is a pyramid actually in the middle of Ireland.
What this place is?
It's probably one of the only pyramids you'll actually find outside of
bolted shut.
Egypt. It's actually well over 100 years old, but that's not what I'm saying.
That is a heavy-duty door.
So you can see me, for example, vlogging my way through Ireland.
I mean,
So
it's
this is
just
my
a
Honda Innovet.
stupid mistake for me to make. I mean, I can't believe I did it. And it's not the first time on this trip I've dropped my glasses either.
Yeah, I broke my glasses. Yeah, I remember this.
I can't fucking believe it. I dropped my glasses on the road. I left them on the back of the bike, and they got run over by a tractor.
Yeah, so I parked up for a bit. I left my glasses on the back of the bike. When I drove off, the glasses fell onto the road. Then a tractor came up the road and ran over my glasses. So my trip was essentially over because I didn't have my glasses then. And part of that led to my accident, to be honest. So essentially, I was on my way back.
Biker I've actually seen on this trip. Oh, what a nice road. I mean, the road surface is not that great.
So I'm on my way back to Dublin now at this point. So I stopped for lunch. In the hotel cafe sorting footage for about a half an hour. While I was there, I noted there was a castle nearby, so I decided to drive there real quick, leaving the GoPros in my bag charging, which is why I didn't record the accident.
Guys, I'm in trouble. I fell and the bike went down. And I think I broke something in my hand.
See, my knuckle has disappeared. So I broke my 5th metacarpal bone.
Yeah, I definitely broke something. The rest of me is okay. The armor took the brunt of it, but I think I broke my knuckle.
Every bit of my gear absorbed the impact when I hit the ground, except my hand.
I'm largely fine. I just needed to catch my breath. I think Duck's okay.
Yeah, Duck is my old bike. But yeah, I'm going into shock now at this point.
I hit my head. I need to catch my breath.
So I had to sit down, and I'm really in shock at this point.
And I broke my hand.
And I'm freaking out.
I've never broken a bone in my life.
I'm talking like a child because
feel
I'm
it.
just literally in shock.
I need to sit. I need to sit.
I didn't record the end of it either. So essentially...
Okay, I need to go now. Let's go now.
Essentially, I picked up the bike with a broken hand, hopped back on the bike because I was in the middle of nowhere at this point. I drove it 8 kilometers basically with one hand. I had to signal with one hand because I couldn't even use my thumb because it hurt my hand whenever I tried to use my thumb. So I couldn't indicate, so I was using my hand to indicate the entire time. And I was mostly riding with one hand. Went to a clinic, left the bike there, took it to Hullmore Hospital and got my hand sorted out. So it sucked. But yeah, my hand has never recovered. But that's essentially... Oh, I closed the video. Shit. Hang on. But the point I'm trying to make is... There's a point I'm getting to. I'm getting to the point right now. I'm just trying to figure out how do I word this properly. Jesus. Okay. So, the point I'm trying to make is... I did my first big trip around Ireland, which was a success aside from breaking my hand. My second trip, which was just about a month ago, was I travelled around Normandy. I had a great time around Normandy. Travelled all around. Had a great time. Tested my setup. My setup was pretty successful. But yeah. Essentially, I've done several trips. A few of them I haven't recorded, to be honest. But this was my final recording one because it was the final test of my bike. It was also the final test of my setup before my ultimate trip.
Yes, people from England, people from Australia.
I visited a lot of places around.
What they
Normandy,
call the...
So I'll show you my bike here. So I should have a picture of my bike here. My darling. My lovely, lovely bike. Where are you? I should have a great picture of the bike, actually. I had a great picture of the bike. Where the hell is it? Yeah, when I want a picture, I can't find a picture. Jeez. Jeez Louise. Come on, where's my good pictures? Ugh, I can never find a picture of my bike when I want it. Well, there's one picture at least. So, my bike is a Honda CT 125. If only you could do a sponsorship game, the new motorcycle. People are still raging about that motorcycle, to be honest. But it's primarily because the Fenrir is still faster. So, if you went with the Fenrir is still the faster mount. So, there's a reason everybody uses the Fenrir when they play, because it's faster. But I'm getting off track. I need to make my announcement, because I've already let the cat out of the bag, and I need to just announce it now. On August 1st, I'm taking a trip. But this trip is going to take me away from home for a long time. This is a trip I have been dreaming about for the past couple decades, but it wasn't a trip it was a trip I couldn't start planning until my mother was gone. So I decided I was going to wait until my mother's time came before I undertook this trip, no matter how long it took. So, as you know, my mother passed away a few years ago. So I waited until then before I actually seriously started planning my big trip. These small trips around Normandy and Ireland were all building to my ultimate trip. And my ultimate trip is this. Fuck. My stomach is... I've got knots in my stomach now from telling you. I'm going to say this. I've already told most people. And you can probably guess from the fact that this is in my search history. Alright, here we go. I am going to be driving my motorcycle on a journey that is once in a lifetime. I'm going to be driving from Dublin, Ireland, to the UK, to France, to Belgium, to the Netherlands, to Germany, to Denmark, to Sweden, to Finland, to Eastern Europe, all the way down through Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, Russia, Kazakhstan, Russia again, Mongolia, China, and Japan. So the crux of it is this. I am going to be driving my bike from Dublin to Tokyo, starting on August 1st. So that's the announcement. And it's going to take me about 2 years. So yeah, half the people who know me said that's amazing. The other half have said, unfortunately, Tifa, I can't skip Russia. Russia is a country, unfortunately, I cannot skip. Because literally everywhere else is more dangerous than Russia. Now, the answer is, this is the reason I was going to make a video about this. I am still going to play FF14. And I'll tell you why. And I'm not going to miss the expansion either. This is why I'm hoping... I'm going to be keeping everybody updated. But the point of this is, I'm still going to be making FF14 content. But it's going to be more raw theory videos. So for the most part, when I'm on the road, I'm going to be making theory videos alongside... Because I'm going to be vlogging every day. And I'm going to be recording all of this every day and uploading onto my other channel. Now, it's kind of fitting that the Timber Owls is actually playing in the background, isn't it? The point I'm trying to make is, I'm going to be vlogging every day of this journey and uploading onto YouTube. This is a once-in-a-lifetime trip that I've been dreaming about for a couple of decades and planning for years. I'm keeping up with the ever-changing political climate, which has already necessitated several changes in my schedule. The first one was Ukraine, of course. The first one was Azerbaijan. The second one was Ukraine. The third one was Iran. So a lot of things have actually interfered with my plans. I'll get into that in a second. But the point I'm trying to make is, I'm going to be vlogging every day, uploading onto YouTube, but at the same time, I'm not going to quit FF14. I'm actually bringing my gaming laptop along with me so I can continue playing and still make theory videos for FF14. So I'm going to make lore theory videos and other types of videos similar to for FF14, but I'm not going to be making as many lore videos because I won't be in a full position to do very, very detailed videos that require a lot of editing. So yeah, hopefully the world doesn't get worse, but essentially... The reason I'd be happy for an early 2027 release is because I'll be leaving Dublin on August 1st this year. Now, my current plan is I'm going to be wintering in Greece and Turkey. So, by the time I get around to this part of the world, it's going to be around December. So, my plan is to spend December till April in this part of the world. So, for that reason... I am hoping that 8.0 releases at that point, so I can actually sit in a hotel or something in Turkey and play 8.0 on my laptop. So that's my hope going forward in that regard. Primarily because, as I said, I have to stay in this part of the world until April. Primarily because the next leg of my journey is through Georgia and Russia, southern Russia. This part of the world is pretty impassable in winter until the snows fully thaw. So the only way I can actually pass through this part of the world is actually at this point right now. So this time next year, I'm actually going to be in Georgia, getting ready to cross the Russian border. Primarily because the snows would have thawed. So, for example, I'll drop in here, for example. So these are this is the main road that will be taking me from Georgia to Russia. These roads are pretty snowed in and pretty icy until around April. So December it all starts and these roads get pretty impassable the higher you get. So it's pretty dangerous to go through them at that point. So I'm waiting until April to go through. But that's the reason I'm hoping that 8.0 is at this time, because I'll be in Turkey, exploring Turkey for the most part. I'll be exploring ancient cities, ancient ruins, which is partly what my trip is about. I'm fascinated by ancient sites and ancient ruins, so I'm going to be exploring ancient ruins and sites across Europe, Asia, and everywhere else. So I'm looking forward to that. The budget's not that bad, to be honest. I've been saving up for this trip for years. Exploring real-life Garabania in Turkey, yeah, pretty much. I suppose you could call Turkey Garabania, couldn't you? Or is it up in Georgia? Not really sure. Yeah, my budget is... I don't have an exact budget because right now fuel prices are going through the roof. Doesn't help. Luckily, my bike is pretty fuel efficient, so I shouldn't have too much issue traveling where I need to go on my bike. The only time I'll run into fuel issues is Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan is going to be a hard part of my trip, to be honest. What I can tell you is that you'll have reliable internet everywhere except Germany. I don't live in the UK border. I live in Ireland, so my accent doesn't really tell that I'm Irish, does it? But essentially, yeah, I'll be driving all the way through Europe. I'll be camping in Europe for the most part, so this saves me a lot of money when I'm traveling through Europe, just by camping in campsites and wild camping as well, to an extent, in countries that I'm allowed to, of course. When I get to Turkey and beyond, everything gets very cheap. So, for example, when I get to Kazakhstan, a 4-star hotel is like €15. So, accommodation gets much cheaper once I pass through this part of the world. Alright, see you, Nymphros. Have a good one. But essentially, how I get home is I'll be getting my bike shipped back to Dublin, and I'll be taking a flight back from Tokyo. But essentially, I'm going to be gone for 2 years because it's going to take me about 1.5 years to travel from Dublin to Japan, and I plan to spend a minimum of 6 months in Japan. So I'll be able to enter on a 3-month visa first. I'll be traveling to Tokyo once those 3 months are up. I'm going to apply for a 3-month extension at the Irish Embassy and then explore the second half of Japan as well. So I'll be in Japan for a long time. It's just getting there is going to be the hard part, to be honest. As of 2 days ago, I just got my Russian visa, so I'm good to go for Russia. So it wasn't really hard to get the visa, to be honest, but there is risks in the trip that I have to take. So, for example, I'll tell you all the risks and things I've had to do to change my schedule. So, originally, a popular route people took on the Silk Road. So, a lot of people travel these sort of routes all the time. Now, a typical route that people took is going from Turkey to Armenia to Azerbaijan, then taking a ferry from Baku over to, where is it? Kurk in Kazakhstan. That's a popular route that people used to take. That changed in 2020 when Azerbaijan closed its border. So nobody is allowed to drive into the country of Azerbaijan anymore. They closed their borders, and their border is still closed. And considering the fact that Iran actually hit them, they're never going to open the borders. So I already tried contacting the Azerbaijan embassy, and they said, no way in hell you're not getting permission to enter our country regardless of where you're from. So I said, okay, that's fine. Up until 2024, another popular route, and to be fair, it was a popular route until the war as well, with people just taking a risk, was to travel to Iran. So a lot of people who take overland trips similar to the one I'm undertaking would travel to Iran to Pakistan. It's to be fair, it was a popular route and it used to be safe. That changed when Iran arrested a couple named the Formans. So yeah, so Craig and Lindsay Foreman were overlanders like myself. They were traveling through Iran on motorbikes, and they got arrested and accused of spying. They got thrown in jail, and they recently got sentenced to 10 years in an Iranian prison because they got accused of spying. They were vloggers, essentially. They were motor vlogging, similar to how I motor vlog. After that happened, the overlander community turned their backs on Iran. So nobody will travel through Iran anymore. And then, not long after that announcement, the war started. So now nobody will go near Iran. So Iran was definitely off the table. So my only land route at this point is to go from Turkey to Georgia, enter Russia, and to be fair, I'll only be in Russia for 7 days. I'm literally going to enter Russia from here. I'm going to make a beeline to the Caspian Sea. I'm going to travel as quickly as I can up the Caspian Sea and then cross into Kazakhstan at my first opportunity. Then things get hard. Kazakhstan, as you can see, is 20 times the size of Ireland, and it's a comparable size to the United States, to be honest. Now, traveling across the United States is something people consider a great trip, and it's an easy trip. Kazakhstan is different. I mean, look at their road network. This is Kazakhstan's road network. So, take a look at this, right? I'll drop here. Oh, that's probably a bad place to drop. Where did I drop? Hang on. I'll drop here. That's probably a better place. See this? This is going to be my view in Kazakhstan for 3,000 kilometers. It's 3,000 kilometers of roads like that, with scenery like that, until I arrive at a town or a small settlement, or until I reach their capital city of Astana, which is over here. This country is really hard to travel through. Add on the fact that there's only fuel stops every few hundred kilometers. They should plant some trees. I agree. There's a reason that Russia's, well, the Soviets launched all their rockets from Kazakhstan. The Cosmodrome is actually down here. So it's around here somewhere. So they still launched the Soyuz from Kazakhstan because there's nothing here. It's the perfect place to launch it. But yeah, I have to take a lot of precautions. So I'll be taking multiple power banks. I'll be taking a large jerry can full of fuel, because I'll be traveling literally like 200 or 300 kilometers without a petrol station. So I need to be cautious. So if I do like a gas station. Oh god. Jumps all the way there. Search here, please. Yeah. So that's their gas station situation. That's the gas station situation in a lot of ways. So if I zoom in here, gas station. So there's gas stations few and far between. So if I measure the distance, like, so measure the distance from here to here. It's like what? 200, 250 kilometers? So a lot of the places I'll be traveling in Kazakhstan are very few and far between when it comes to gas stations. So I need to plan that out. I'm bringing a large jerry can with me. So I'll be able to fuel my bike twice. And to be fair, on my bike, I can get close to 200 kilometers on my bike, considering the size of my bike. So with the jerry can, I should be fine. But it still means I have to be cautious when traveling through this country. And I have to enter Russia again, unfortunately. I have to enter from Kazakhstan, then travel around China to enter Mongolia. Then in Mongolia, I'll be in Mongolia for about 2 months. In Ulaanbaatar, which is the capital of Mongolia, I meet my Chinese tour group. My Chinese tour group will then take me into China. And then they'll take me to a town which hasn't been decided yet. And that town, it's probably going to be Weihai, to be honest. Then I'll take a ferry from Weihai over to Incheon. I wish we used kilometers here instead of freedom units. I don't know. I don't know how many miles that is, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, that's my big announcement. So at the beginning of August 1st, I'm going to be traveling that entire route, and I'm going to be gone for 2 years. But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to play FF14. I am going to play FF14. I am also going to make videos while I'm on the road. Not only for my vlogging channel, but I'm also going to make them for FF14. It's mostly going to be theory videos. So while I'm traveling around Europe, for example, I'm going to have loads of theory videos to make about 8.0 and beyond. I'll probably do a couple of live streams, but how fast would it go if I speedran it? If I speedran that 8 months? No, 8 or 9 months? I say 9 months. 9 months to speedrun it. which is what you'd call a cannonball run. But I am not going to do a cannonball run. It's the same reason I'm not going to use a motorway while I'm on the road. Primarily because you can't see the world on a motorway, which you'd call a highway. So I'm not going to use highways or motorways or any fast roads like that. I'm going to travel on the back roads and the slow roads. And I'm going to travel maybe 50 kilometers a day. If that. I'm going to be zigzagging my way around here. So even getting from, for example, when I cross from Dover to Calais, I'll be like, in order to get from Calais to Dunkirk, I'll be like doing this. I'll be seeing everything. And this is all going to be on back roads as well. Then I'll be traveling through the entirety of Belgium. I'll be visiting the Ardennes, which is all the way down here. Jumping into Germany, Netherlands, visiting historic sites. I'm going to be zooming around. I'm not just going to be doing straight lines. I'm going to be doing it like this. I'm going to be going all over the place. I'm not going to Norway. Primarily because Norway's a harder country to drive through. I might change my mind, to be honest. Like, by the time I get around here, maybe I'll just decide I want to go to Norway. Maybe I'll go see Oslo. Coward. Don't call me a coward. Leave me alone. Yeah, but you look at their road networks compared to everywhere else. Look, it's just like, yeah. I mean, Norway's nice. I've been to Norway once before, but I'll see a lot of amazing mountains, to be honest. But I do have kind of a schedule to keep. I need to visit my friends in Finland before they travel to Japan themselves. Then I'll be taking my time, traveling all the way down. I'm going to go to Transylvania. Transylvania is a place I've always wanted to go. Because an Irishman created the myth of Dracula. So I have to go to Transylvania. It's around here. It's around here somewhere. So the actual Transylvania, I'll go to see that. But I'll be visiting, I'm looking forward to this portion. Because this is going to be my break period. So, for example, I'm going to be traveling around the Greek Isles. I'm going to be traveling into Crete, Rhodes. And then when I get to Turkey, I'm going to be traveling down the full coast of Turkey. So, I'm going to visit the city of Troy, which is over here. I'll be visiting all the ancient sites along the coastline. I'll be visiting the ancient cities. And I'm mostly here because the weather on the Turkish coast will be a lot milder in the winter. So it actually serves my purpose. Denmark has some neat areas off the main roads to see. I've no doubt, to be honest. It's mostly this part I'm going to be traveling through. I might be going up here. I haven't fully decided on that yet, to be honest. To be fair, my route between Dublin and Tokyo is rudimentary. I've just mainly decided some of the cities, and that's it. Like, the rest of it, I'm winging it from one day to the next. Because I wanted it to be an adventure. So, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. By the time this journey is over, I'm going to be a different man. By the time I get to Tokyo. I don't know what kind of man I'll be when I get there, but I'll be a changed person, at the very least. Yeah, so if you have any sites that you can recommend, I'll definitely see them. Because I'm still taking recommendations from a lot of people. But I'm going to be traveling for a long time to all these countries. But I'm going to make a video to announce this and just confirm with everybody that I am still making FF14 videos while I'm on the road. They're not going to be as frequent as I usually did. Depending on if there's multiple theories I want to make, I'll make theory videos. But to be fair, like, I'm probably going to be sitting in a common area of a campsite with Wi-Fi, recording my footage on a DJI microphone. So it's going to be pretty raw. But yeah, I'm still making footage, and I'm hopefully going to be somewhere around here by the time 8.0 releases. So I'll probably get a small house for a week or two, stay there for a week or two, play 8.0, enjoy myself. Then by the time March comes around, I start making my way to Georgia. Well, yeah, this has been planned out. All my preparations are pretty much done. It's the reason I'm actually living in this house at the moment, so I haven't really committed to anything in my life at the moment. My life is essentially on hold until I go on this trip. So, yeah. But yeah, anyway, that's it. That's the announcement I wanted to make. I feel a lot lighter now that I've told you, to be honest. Yeah. I feel a lot lighter now, to be honest. Yeah, I feel better after telling you. Like, there's a lot of places I can't go. For example, I wanted to go to Pakistan. I wanted to go to India, Nepal. I wanted to go to Thailand and Malaysia as well. But unfortunately, just because of everything that's going wrong in this part of the world, I can't get there. So, yeah, my only route is, and to be fair, it's a route I wanted to take because I wanted to see Mongolia. I've wanted to see Mongolia since I was a child. So, I'm going to Mongolia. And you never know, by the time I get to Japan and I'm finished with Japan, I might even just fly over here with the bike and travel around. Down through Europe on a rental. That's something a lot of people do, Zakanda. A lot of people will travel, like, for example, they'll travel this sort of route through Switzerland. Some people do this sort of thing and travel all the way back up. That's a popular route. A lot of people like to travel through Austria and stuff like that, so you need to visit another country. It's good. It's good to visit another country. It's different. I've visited so many countries in my life now at this point. Well, Ireland, obviously, I lived there. United Kingdom, France, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Belgium, Italy. I think I went to Austria at one point. I went to Sweden. I went to Turkey as well. Of course, I went to the US, went to Canada. That's pretty much it, actually. I haven't visited these other countries. So, it's going to be different. See, that's the thing. Like, I've had to wait until now in order to do this trip. Because, essentially, the pieces of my life have aligned to the point that I'm able to do this trip. And I know if I don't do it now, I'll never do it. So, I'm leaving my job. I'm leaving my family. You hear the salt flats playing in the background? I know, it's good. I love the salt flats. That's the other reason I'm actually I've had a soft spot for salt flats. I said this in my my burn video for years. But one of the reasons I'm going to Kazakhstan is because of this. One of the biggest salt flats in the world is actually in Kazakhstan, and I've never seen one in person. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. Oh, that's not the salt flats, but the Aral Sea, essentially, that's drying up. It's left behind this salt flat. So I'm looking forward to that. Esdo Gaza from Final Fantasy IX, that's my other favorite music. It's actually in my playlist as well. If you've never heard this before, I'm done talking about my my trip now. I'll give you more information on my trip later. But let me actually give somebody a shout out. I don't know if you've ever heard of her channel before. The name is Harper's Board. So, this channel, I love her music. She does some amazing music. She does harp renditions of Final Fantasy music and also other tracks from the gaming series. She did an Esto Gaza one recently. So, listen to this. She's an amazing creator. I've been following her for a good while. She's really, really good. Very sociable as well. I love this track in general. Do you know the good thing, Puff, though? This is my favorite track, right? So, if you haven't listened to this track, listen to this track, right? So, it's this one here. So, this is Esdo Gaza, slowed down by 10%. Esdo Gaza sounds completely different when it's slowed down by 10%. So, listen to this. Yeah, Esdo Gaza sounds so good when it's slowed down. I've been listening to this track here for years. I downloaded it before somebody removed it and then somebody uploaded it. But essentially, whenever I'm scripting a video, I usually listen to this track. This is my favorite track. I listen to this track whenever I'm in the middle of just writing and then even rehearsing. How do I think the lines sound? This track is playing in the background. And Zakenda, yeah, in answer to your question, I'm going to be listening to a lot of this music when I'm traveling around. Sitting in a campsite, I'll have music like this playing. I wish FF13 music was talking about more. I love it. FF13 music is a different style than a lot of people are used to. But in my opinion, it's actually very good music. So I think she actually does renditions of some of 13 as well, actually. Or she did. She does mostly the older ones. I don't think she's played 13 now that I think about it. FF13 has some great music. My favorite song of 13, which I actually use sometimes in my videos, is... What is it? It's not Lake Brescia, is it? Is it Lake Brescia? No, that's not it. That's a great song, but that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for... What am I looking for? It's the... Bugger. I can't remember. It's the they're down on Pulse. Okay, what the hell is it called? It's the shit, I can't remember. Oh god. It's great music. It's a game with great music. Unfortunately, that game does not get enough justice. I've always enjoyed March of the Dreadnoughts. I always love that sound. Especially because you're riding around on a Dreadnought at the time. Yeah, I can't find the music anywhere. I don't know where it is. Oh god. It's one of the field themes. I just can't remember now. Damn it. Arclight Step. I think that's it. Actually, hang on. Do I have that? Actually, let me just look it up on YouTube. It's probably just easier. FF14 or Arclight Step theme. That's the one. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And then it kicks in afterwards. 13-2 has amazing music. 13-2 does not get enough justice. To be fair, a lot of the spin-off series games do not get enough justice, in my opinion. Like 10-2 had great music as well. Finished 13 last week was amazing. Good. I'm glad you finished it. And now you have to finish 2, and then you have to finish Lightning Returns. But yeah, is there anything else we wanted to talk about now, just while we're actually on... I've finished that subject anyway, so I got that out of the way. But I don't think there's anything else we wanted to talk about today. We've already talked about the patch. I just want to focus on the crystal. Just to finish this off, I want to focus on this again. Because this is the important thing. Like, it's going to play a small part, in my opinion, in part 1. But its main part to play is part 2. But let's think about it for a second. Let's just, like, because this is the first proper view we've had of it outside of its casing. So we can see its actual legitimate color outside of the casing. Its imperfections, like you can see its bends and stuff like that, and its imperfections of the crystal. Now, where's my pictures of Aurosite? So I have pictures of Aurosite. I have pictures of everything. Hey, I didn't tell you to turn off. How dare you? Let's see. It's under items, is it? Did I put it under items? Or maybe MacGuffins? Yeah. Shit, where is it? Ugh. As I said, I can never find anything when I want it. Seriously? I must be blind. There it is. Okay. Well, that's... No, that's... Wow, that's a crystal of light. Those are other crystals of light. It's nothing to do with that, though. We want Aurosite. Where's the Aurosite? Where the frick is my Aurosite? Well, there's white Aurosite. It kind of does look like that. In a way. It's just not the same shape. But it does kind of remind you of manufactured white Aurosite, doesn't it? But I want to find natural Aurosite. Or, well, it's not natural, it's created. Like, Ultima creates Aurosite. And whoever Sabik is created the heart of Sabik. Where is the bloody pictures of the Aurosite though? Yeah, maybe it's on the story events. Jesus, what? Is it under Pandemonium? It has to be under Pandemonium. Maybe under Alliance Raids. Alliance Raids, let's see, Evilise. So I want to look at this one first. So, Evilise. And we have her playing around with Aurosite, don't we? Is it there? No, that's her dying. There we go. So that's her creating Aurosite. Mixing it around. Or perhaps you come in search of power. She's there just waving her hands around, creating Aurosite. It's not a good picture though. Where's my good pictures of Aurosite? Well, there's... Wait, that's not Aurosite. What is that again? What is that again? I don't remember that. What the hell is that? Well, there's Aurosite. Yeah, there's a picture of Aurosite. There's our Soulstone's Aurosite. We don't know. Or, to be fair, Soulstones have been left kind of ambiguous. They just kind of like, yeah, it's they're similar, but they're like natural stones that have been shaped over time and scratched and stuff like that. We don't know. If I had to give an answer, I'd say yes, considering the fact that they store memory. of wielders of the past, because that's how we learn new skills, like the memory awakens from within the stone and stuff like that. So they're called soul stones. I suppose they are a version of Orsight. I mean, they're definitely inspired by Orsight. But let's go back to this for a second. So let's compare stony to stone. So I mean, this is, it's not white Orsight, this is just Orsight. But you can see the kind of structural similarities. I mean, Heart of Sabik looks completely different. If I found a freaking picture of it, it should be in the Pandemonium raid series. Hang on, it's not. Damn it. Ugh. Okay. Seriously, why don't I have these pictures? I made an entire video on the Heart of Sabik. I should have bloody pictures of the Heart of Sabik. Jesus wept. Right, forget it. We know what the Heart of Sabik looks like. It's just this. It's just this I want to focus on. So it's just really peculiar. We haven't seen anything like it. It's imperfect, as I already said earlier. So it has an imperfect design. So it's not something was just conjured in creation. So it has an imperfect design similar to Orsight, because Orsight is imperfect as well. Somebody made a theory earlier that the key stores a portion of Azem's soul, like an Azem's incarnation. So memory, similar to it, it's like a soul stone in that way, in that holding it and being able to sync with it triggers memories on how to use abilities or skills. So for example, the ability to use interdimensional fusion may be inside that crystal. We've seen Orsight store stuff like that before. The Heart of Sabik is a great example. The Heart of Sabik has knowledge of the spell Ultima. So that's how the Ultima spell only existed because of the Heart of Sabik. How did Moonbreeder's Orsight look again? Feels like it was similar but less. That's a good question, actually. No, hers was the block. Hers was the rectangle. I'll show you Moonbreeder's crystal. I had it. Fairly certain I had it. I think it's under my Ascian page. Factions, organizations, Ascians. No, that's not it. Shite. Story characters. Ascians. Where's Nabrialis? Or anybody really, just give me the bloody crystal. I saw it in the trailer earlier. It's more square. It's similar in shape to that, it just doesn't have the twists. I think the key can only work in specific places where the reflections kind of connect with the source. Interesting theory. South Sea Isles for us then, possibly in that case. I mean, the last SM, or at least the previous one being Hydaelyn, did survive the Sundering in some manner. So essentially we need to place it in a etherical focal point. That's interesting. Maybe you have to be at a specific location to activate it. That could be an interesting way of putting it. Maybe it only works on the source. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe it'll only work on an Aetheris. Maybe in order to get it to work in the first place. Because remember who had the key. So Zerulja had the key at the time when he connected with Sphene. Then maybe Sphene came through the gate. She activated the key on the Golden City and triggered interdimensional fusion. That is one of the story points that's really irks me, to be honest. As they made it to the link to the source last time for the... That's true, yeah. They did link the South Sea Isles to the night reflection. So it was, yeah, that's true. It was activated from... No, it was activated. Yeah, it worked. It worked from the 9th. Hang on, wait. When? When did it work from the 9th? See, that's the thing. We don't really have... Oh, wait. No, sorry. Sphene was on the... No, wait. She had the... It was in Electrobe at the time. Never mind. The key had its Electrobe augmentations at those periods. When it's in its raw form like this... I've lost it. When it's in its raw form like this, you can't... Maybe you can't activate it on the 9th. Maybe that's it. Maybe it just can't be activated from a reflection. Because don't forget, it was in this form when it was first activated on Aetheris, when the Lalafels used it to escape. It was in its Electrope form when interdimensional fusion was triggered. It already had the memory of connecting to the source in the 9th specific reflection, but only back it to the source at first. That's an interesting theory as well. At the same time, it worked with us, in the fact that they already had made a bridge from the South Sea Isles. Yeah, maybe there is a kind of connection between our two worlds. But I am still of the opinion that when Sphene activated the key again, she connected to another reflection rather than the source. There's still that theory that the key wants to be brought to a fragment of Azem, the whole fate thing. I'm still a proponent of that theory. I'm still of the opinion that this key will only activate for somebody with Azem's soul. I said that in one of my theory videos a while back. So, in terms of actually activating it, we're the only ones that are able to do it. So maybe when we hold it, it'll activate. Like right now, everybody's studying it. It's out of its case right now. So, maybe it would activate if we touched it. It still required time, a condition that wasn't fully met. Oh, don't even get me started on time. Time. That's still unexplained, you know that? That is still the big unexplained question. Do you know that? Let's go back to that real quick, right? So, let's go to that. Like, let's touch upon this subject. I want people's opinion on this, right? We're going to... Yeah, we're going here. Right. I want people's opinion on this. This will be our last subject of discussion before I log off for the night. Right. What if the only reason Alexandria came to the source is because the key was trying to get to us? That's an interesting idea. I still wonder who is the fragment of Azem on the 9th and 13th was. The fragment on the 9th might be dead. Although there's still the theory that Calex used to be the fragment. If it was a person on the 13th, I'd say they were probably corrupted by then. So, for all we know, for all we know, this fucker used to be Azem's incarnation. For all we know. Imagine that. Imagine him being it. That'd be a kick in the bollocks. Right, here's my theory. Or not my theory. Here's my... I still haven't really fully understood this, right? So let's go on to this for a second, right? The dome. The infamous frickin' dome, right? So let's go through the storyline of events real quick, right? So Zeralja claimed the key. He traveled to the Sky Deep Cenote, to the gate. He made contact with Sphene. Then... did he go to the Night Reflection? See, this is... they never... I don't think they ever made this clear. So... but we do know people aged when they got here. See, this is my stupid... this is the stupid question I have. So... literally, the time of events was, right? The dome showed up, right? Suddenly, just like that, after the train left. It showed up, it trapped the people that were there, including Mika. It showed up, then like about 20 seconds later, the ships came out, and they attacked Tuliolal. But that was them breaching the dome, essentially. So the breach of the dome took place, or else they're just able to fly through the dome, either way. But the Vanguard was created as well. And then, when we get there, 30 years passes. But how did all that time pass? Like, if time was passing that quickly, from the time of the dome appearing, the attack happening, us going back to Tuliolal, us coming back here, us getting a train ready, and us ramming the train into Vanguard, 30 years in like 3 days. But why does a day equal a decade? That's my question. Why? What the... It doesn't make sense. It doesn't anymore. But does that mean that time was advancing that quickly on the ninth reflection? But don't forget, yeah, we know time flows differently, but yeah, they're not temporarily aligned, but the speed at which the time is flowing does not make sense. Because don't forget, Wukala Kitten's mother, she aged, and everybody else who got trapped in the dome aged like 30 years, right? Yeah, the only explanation is time in the dome was faster than the ninth. So until they breached it, time was advancing like 1 day equals a decade, as you just said there. So after like 30 years in there, which is 3 days, they made Vanguard, which breached the dome. But that doesn't mean that time on the ninth was flowing quickly, and we already went to the ninth reflection and time wasn't advancing quickly. So we went to the ninth reflection multiple times. Don't forget, we traveled to the ninth reflection. But that's the thing, I just don't get it. Why did time advance so quickly? Is it a result of interdimensional fusion? The fact that it went here, suddenly time went so much quicker. We know time is not advancing that fast on the ninth reflection. We've traveled to the ninth reflection so many times. It's not advancing that fast. And we saw, for example, it was proven with Kryle's aunt. Like, she was an old woman, yes, but she was pretty much as old as Layla would have been had she not died. Yeah, but it still doesn't make sense. Like, think about when the Lalafels went from Aetheris to the Ninth Reflection. That happened a couple of calamities ago, during the Calamity of Ice, which was 2,000 years ago? I mean, to me, it just doesn't make sense. I just can't put a grasp on it about why time was advancing that quickly. Like, we saw time advancing quickly on the first, but it was nowhere near. Like, but that's the thing as well. Think about that for a second. But that's the other thing I need you to think about, right? Time is moving faster in the dome. But don't forget, right? Let's go back a second, right? The dome appears, and literally 20 seconds later, ships fly out of it. So they breached the dome 20 seconds later and advanced on Tuliolal. And everybody within the dome ages 30 years. The ships were ready. Were the ships outside the dome when they teleported? Is that the thing? But they had to go back in. Unless ships can actually... unless electrope ships... because the ships are made of electrope, right? So maybe... Because Zeralja had prepared for decades. But that's the thing. That's the thing. Did Zeralja travel to the Ninth Reflection? And did he spend decades on the Ninth Reflection? Or did he spend decades here? Because obviously people aged 30 years when they're in the dome. And they were on the source when the dome went up. They aged 30 years in a matter of days. When he entered, it was decades ago in their time. But it doesn't explain the people who aged 30 years. So, if we try to put a timeline together, right? So, Zeralja goes to the gate. I can't go into the next zone. I want to look at the dome. But, right, let's go with this time of events, right? So, Zeralja goes to the gate. He contacts Fiend. Does he then travel to the Ninth Reflection with the key, and the gate opens to living memory? Check the train tracks, and you can't check the train tracks on the other side, can you? Well, you can see that the train tracks and heritage found, yeah, but yeah, and the entire village is aged. But see, this is just it's just the speed that I'm just weirded out by. Yeah, you can see everything's aged here by 30 years, and Vanguard is here. So this is the breach of the dome here. The facility of Vanguard, and you can see when you go into Vanguard, there's the breach that they saw in the dome. But that's the question. Why did everything age so fast? And we've already shown that time is not advancing very fast on the Ninth Reflection. So why did time advance so quickly here? That's my question. Why did it go like... Dome appears, ships fly out of it in like 20 seconds? Yeah, the only explanation I have... The only explanation I have is that the dome appeared and time within the dome suddenly began to advance extremely quickly. And then by the time they breached the dome, 30 years had passed. That's my only explanation. But this time, like, this time is synced to the source, right? So, time is flowing normally because of Vanguard, which is the breach in the dome. But time is not advancing like that on the 9th, but yeah, now it is. But what made it advance so fast in the first place? Just because it was a result of interdimensional fusion. The fact that it fused from one world to another just caused time within it to advance so quickly. But that's the thing. The ships flew out of it the moment the dome appeared. So they breached the dome, unless those ships are just capable of flying out of the dome. But don't forget, when Zeralja came out of the dome with the ship, right? So the moment the dome appeared, the ships flew out. Zeralja was on one of those ships. They went to Tuliolal, and Zeralja had already aged like 30 years, and he was shocked to see that his father was there, still alive after 30 years. So they breached the dome, but 30 years had already passed, and the people within the dome had aged 30 years. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me. It's just really weird. And they've never explained why this happened. It's always irked me, and I've never really had an explanation as to why. My only explanation is some result of interdimensional fusion caused time within here to be 1 day equals to 1 decade until they breached the dome. Which is why everybody in here aged 30 years, including the original inhabitants of Yatzolani. They got locked in, and until we went there, perhaps it's because of Azem that the fusion was made and reformed, and then as time was normalized. Someone should ask Yoshi P that as his QA at FanFest. Do you know what? Sekenda, I'm going to do that at EU FanFest. You know that? I'm going to ask this question at EU FanFest. I'm going to say, why did 30 years advance within 20 seconds of the dome appearing. See, that's not even the thing. It's not 1 day equals 1 decade. The dome appeared, and within 30 seconds, the freaking ships were flying out of it. So, rather than 1 day equals a decade, it's more like 10 seconds equals 1 decade. It was just so quick. I just don't get it. Nobody talks about this. Like, they didn't talk about it in game. They just talked about, oh my god, 30 years passed inside the dome. And now it's just normalized because Vanguard breached the dome. Keep in mind, the ships coming out and such was from our perspective. Yeah, right, he'd already amassed the Armada, that's fine. But why did the people of Yassolani age? If that was the case. If he'd already spent 30 years on the Night Reflection, preparing an Armada to invade the Source, why did people age 30 years inside the dome? Does that mean Zoralja aged 60 years? Is Zoralja actually older than we realize? So maybe he spent a couple of years on the Night Reflection for all we know. Maybe time was different there. Maybe time is different there, but we've already proven that time is not different there. Because we've traveled to the Night Reflection, and time is not passing any differently on that reflection. Unless it's suddenly now just aligned itself with the Source, like the first has aligned itself. Yeah, he was older when he attacked the palace, but don't forget, people aged 30 years in like 10 seconds. That's why he was older. See, that's the thing. They breached the dome, which means the dome was breached, which means Vanguard was created, which means they flew out of the dome. See, this is the thing. It was never properly explained. This is one of the things that's pissed me off. They never properly explained this. It's really annoying. There's no solid answer to this. We only have theories. Timey-wimey nonsense. That's the correct answer. Timey-wimey fucking nonsense. Okay, wait, what? What if we know that Reflection is in trouble? By aligning with our timeline, meaning it's kind of primed for rejoining. That's an interesting theory. Do you think that could be actually it? Maybe a Reflection being heavily aspected. Yeah, but the first wasn't heavily aspected to the light as much when Graha first got there. It started leaning a lot more after the flood. Well, he got there after the flood, didn't he? Yeah, Siboria, I can see where you're going with that. However, we've already proved that time does not flow differently on the 9th. Unless it's suddenly changed. There's no rhyme or reason between it. Yeah, that's the answer. There's no rhyme or reason. We're not supposed to think about this. This question was never supposed to be put under a microscope, is the answer. Frickin' annoying question, you know? I can't believe I brought it up. It's been pissing me off for a while, though. But why suddenly change? But to an aligned state. But yeah, they never explained why. This is a change. They just made a change in the background. And their answer is because we needed it to make sense. We needed you to be able to travel to the Night Reflection. So we decided to write that it suddenly just became normal for reasons. That's their answer. That's the fucking answer. It's a lazy ass answer, and I don't like lazy answers. It's just one of many plot holes in this story that pisses me off. Are you saying the ninth aligned to us through the portal and to living memory? Oh, don't even get me started on the portal. Right, do you want me to start on the portal? I'll start on the portal if you want me to start on the portal. Right, do you know what? We're gonna do the portal. We're gonna do the portal, right? I was gonna do a theory video about this, but you know what? Fuck it, we're doing the portal. Right. We're going to living memory. Right. We're doing this now. We're doing this now. We're doing it live. Fuck it. We're doing it live. Okay, we're going portal. Right. Right, here's the stupid freaking lazy ass stupid question. Freaking stupid. We're doing it live. Fuck it. We're doing it live. Right. Here we go. Why in the fuck does this exist? Why does it exist? Answer that question. Why does this exist? Give me your answer. I'll wait. I'll wait eternity until you give me your answer. Why does it exist? It was here 3 decades ago when Krall's parents came through it. It was here hundreds of years ago when the giant people, I can't remember their bloody names, started dreaming about the Golden City. It has no fucking reason to exist. It's electrope. It's massive quantities of electrope here, but it has no fucking lore excuse to exist. Other than the fact that they needed it to exist, but it has no rhyme or reason to exist on the source. It turned up hundreds of years ago, which, if time is flowing differently on the night reflection, I could understand that. But they never explained why it turned up back then. Why did it suddenly show up hundreds of years ago? Did somebody come through it? Did the Asians make it? Did fucking the Pink Panther bloody make it? Like you... This is one thing that annoys me about Dawn Trail. It left so many questions unanswered. Compared to every other expansion, it left so many plot devices and things lying around that make no rhyme or sense. I think it's an emergency route. You're grasping, Saboria. You are grasping. That is a grasp to answer. It's a logical answer, but it's grasping. You're grasping for anything. There is no reason for this thing. This thing does not need to exist. It needed to exist for one reason. We needed to get to the golden city, and we needed to get to the night reflection. That's the only reason this fucking thing exists. Just go with the flow. Yeah. Calyx is a possibility. Now, that's correct. So this is the only answer. This place is there's only one answer to this place that makes any sort of rhyme or sense. And the answer is this. This gateway was created during their first experimentation after the key was developed. Now, don't forget, Layla and Robor brought the key to preservation. They joined preservation with the key. They helped develop the electro casing around the key. Now, the key had to be used. So, it was used by Layla and Robor to bring Krall to the source in order to keep her safe. Which means that this gateway already existed here. Which means the likelihood is, the only explanation that really makes sense is that this was preservation's first creation using the key in order to try and travel to other reflections. So it's entirely possible that preservation created this as their first attempt to draw Aether from another reflection. However, they lost the ability to use the gateway after the key was lost. What if the gateway existed exclusively to remove Krile? It didn't. The gateway existed before Krile was even born. It existed the moment it showed up here hundreds of years ago. The Yokiui started having dreams about the Golden Sea. So it's existed here for a very long time. Preservation didn't use it because, well, they used it once. This was probably their first experiment. Because look at it, it's highly advanced. And it's full of electrope. So this was probably their first experiment with the key in order to try and travel to other reflections. Or possibly their attempt to siphon aether from another reflection. So maybe they created this in order to siphon aether from Aetheris. Like a permanent bridge that links Aetheris to the source in order to draw aether from it. Maybe that's the reason this thing exists. Maybe this thing is an aether-sucking machine. Maybe its sole purpose, rather than being a gateway, which it's fucking gigantic, compared to the gateway on Living Memory, which is just a portal, this thing's freaking huge. This thing makes more sense as a generator for sucking aether out of Aetheris, rather than just being a gateway. The freaking thing's gigantic. It's far too big just to be a gate. It makes more sense as being a doomsday generator that sucks aether out of our planet and fuels Living Memory. But they lost the ability to use it after the key was stolen. So maybe this was their plan all along. Maybe Preservation created this for that reason. And Puff, it wasn't open. Don't forget, the gate was closed for a long time. The ones who activated the gateway itself was, well, first Layla and Robor activated it first. Then as soon as they went through it, the gate deactivated and the key was left on this side. Then the gateway was activated again by Zoralja once he brought the key here. Then we activated it the third time, and then we left it activated for gameplay reasons. It's active now primarily because we needed to be activated. So we just left it there for gameplay reasons. The Yokiui James because of the other deep cut lore detail. The Andropori people believe making golems look like it. Yeah, that's... See, this is the other thing as well. The fact that... This goes back to my other video as well. So... If I go to my other video, so you'll probably remember this video I made a while ago. I made it close to the beginning of Dawn Trail. So let me pull up that video. So if you remember, the Scree.
The aqueducts being a prime example.
The mystery of Tender Valley. Tender Valley. This was never explained either. We're still waiting for an answer. We need a... Yeah, we're not going to get an answer until we get a Eorzean Encyclopedia Volume 4. More than likely. This question has never been bloody answered. I mean, there's obviously a connection. I mean, it was never explained. We just had to think about it.
Times rejoined. Maybe that explains how it could manifest itself at such scale.
It's time. Talk about the orbs now.
Fucking things. It doesn't make sense. I don't like this. I really don't like this. They just put it in. It just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I wonder if the worlds are slowly bleeding into this one and dying. Are the worlds bleeding into this one and dying? See, that's the thing. That's the it's the million euro question, isn't it? So to reiterate, and let me have a look. Let me look at my created illustrations. We're looking for yeah, we'll look at this. It's not a question that's been fully answered yet, to be perfectly honest. if I was a betting person, which I'm not, my theory still is, keep in mind we killed the Will of the Star. Yeah, Zodiark's dead, unfortunately. So, yeah. I have a feeling it all started when Zodiark died. So, I made a video on this. So, you probably already saw this video, but I made this video. So, I explain it in this video. So, I have a feeling that Zodiark's death is what's caused the reflections to start to wither, because he was the glue binding them together, and now he's dead. Is that a hollow hole that needs to be refilled, or filling it with itself and pulling the wars back together? Maybe instead of reflections drifting away, they're doing the opposite and trying to root themselves and rejoining. See, that's the thing. Don't forget that the reflections don't look like this. This is just a chart to show the reflections separate from each other. In reality, the reflections all occupy the same location in space, but in different dimensions. So, if you're familiar with the multiverse theory of Marvel or DC Comics, it's the same thing. They all occupy the same location in space, but in different dimensions. They're all dimensionally separate. That's how the sundering worked, essentially. Yeah, and the Ardor is the phenomenon that's constantly trying to get the reflections and the source to pull themselves back together. So there was a pull that's constantly pulling the reflections and the source back together. This is how the Ascians were able to do the rejoining. So, just to reconfirm the how reflections rejoin, right? So, I've said this in my last video as well. So, to get a reflection, so say for example, to get the 10th reflection, right, to rejoin to the source, right? So, during the 600 Calamity, what needed to happen is you needed to aspect this world to water, which the Ascians did. So then this world was heavily aspected to water. Then they needed to create a calamity on the source of the same elemental aspect, in which case they did. We don't know exactly what they caused, but a massive flood happened on the source, which wiped out the city of Mach, Amdapor, and what was left of Nim. When that event occurred on the source, a breach was made in the etheric barrier around the source, and then this reflection, which was the same aspect as the calamity, caused that reflection to rejoin into the source and rejoin with it. That's rejoining 101. So the reflections are already predisposed to rejoin. It's just the Ascians just helped the process along. But the only reason they didn't rejoin is because of the etheric barriers that were set up by Hydaelyn when she sundered all these reflections. So she put etheric barriers around all these worlds in order to stop them rejoining with each other, because she didn't want them to rejoin. My concern is that the reflections are rotting and not trying to rejoin at all. So there's two main theories about what we think is happening. Theory number one, the reflections are trying to rejoin together. Theory number two, they've lost the pull that was actually trying to make them rejoin in the first place, and now they're just rotting away. So that's the two theories. Theory number two seems like the more likely, considering Zodiark is now dead and Hydaelyn is now gone. Now, Zodiark was the Will of the Star, and don't forget Halmaruth mentioned the Will of the Star, so he was the Will of the Star until he died, thanks to Fandaniel. The moment he died, everything started spiraling out of control. We just didn't hear about it in Endwalker because we had other fish to fry at the time, so there's that. I really love the lore of the reflections. Another reason to dig deeper into this. To be fair, we don't really have that much lore on the reflections at all, to be honest. We know a lot about the first reflection. We now know a decent bit about the 9th reflection. We know a fair bit about the 13th reflection. we know nothing about the 11th, 4th, or 8th. So there's still 3 other reflections that we don't know about. So the theory is that we're actually going to either the 11th, 8th, or 4th. Or they're going to be touched upon in the 8.0. That's the prevalent theory. The key is going to enable us to travel to other reflections, which may include us traveling to one of these reflections. It's entirely possible we might go to the 11th. I mean, we've already touched upon content of the 11th. So maybe we're going to the 11th. Maybe this is going to be a bridge between 11 and 14 that we never had before. Entirely possible. I feel like the burn is going to come into play here somehow, as it's probably the safest area for reflections to crash into if we control it via the key. Could be that the key is fusing them by aligning their dynamis, not by ether. Poor dynamis. Dynamis has not been mentioned since 6.2? I mean, they mention it in passing, but they don't really mention it anymore. It's another thing they abandoned. One of these reflections of the 8th, 4th, and 11th are already dead, I think, based on the current raid series. Wait, what do you mean? Wait, Puff, what do you mean by that? I don't recall any mention of another reflection dying. I mean, we know he took memories from a different world, which was the 11th, which is more than likely this reflection. Doesn't mean that reflection's dead, though, does it? He doesn't mention it being dead, does he? Yeah, all of it's a reconstruction using an electro, but it just means that he got a glimpse of another world and decided to recreate it. It doesn't mean that that world is dead. It doesn't mean that world is gone. I mean, it's entirely possible that world is rotting away, so maybe as a result of what's going on, that reflection is kind of petering out. FF11 is not a reflection. Yeah, we know. It's not a reflection, it's just side content. We never hear about that. But we still have the 8th and the 4th. They're still out there somewhere, we think. But and the visions we see during the fight with Sphene show a world ravaged by Earth. We never really got a clear picture in that regard, did we? I mean, we saw some parts of the source. We saw another part of the reflection. I'm still entirely convinced she connected to a different reflection entirely. In all likelihood, I would have said it was the 8th reflection. I don't think it's a coincidence that the 9th reflection is based on FanFest 9. I think it's more just the fact that they just took advantage of the fact that they still had the 9th reflection and decided to make that connection. I don't think it literally means that every world is a connection to a Final Fantasy of the past. In which case it would mean, like, because that's just a nod. Like, the 10th reflection being aspects of water, Final Fantasy X water. I mean, that's just a nod. That doesn't mean anything. The 7th being aspects of the darkness also doesn't really mean anything either. It's just a nod to Final Fantasy VII. Same with the other reflections as well, to be honest. Except for 6. 6 and I still don't really make sense. So they didn't really make a nod to 6 there. I mean, losing magic on 6 is one thing, but I wonder if we'll encounter a world that's hostile to us. Alright, so I've said this theory a few times, but if you go back to the event where Sphene connected to another reflection, my theory early in the Dawn Trail expansion is that we connected to another reflection. The 9th reflection proceeded to siphon a large amount of aether from that reflection, and the denizens of that reflection are pissed off. So they treated that as an attack. So I considered that a setup for the next expansion, in that the reflection that she connected to and siphoned Aether from during interdimensional fusion, it was active for a while, don't forget, was a reflection that would suddenly come out of the woodwork in order to threaten us because they're pissed off because they connected to this. So that's still an idea in my mind. Yeah, the sixth reflection is gone. That was aspected to ice, and it was rejoined during the calamity of ice, which the Lalafels escaped to the ninth reflection from. Unless it was on the brink of collapse and they were helped by the siphoning. That's fair. I mean, let's think about that. Maybe they were heavily aspected, because we have seen other worlds that are heavily aspected. Like the ninth reflection is a good example. As soon as we got contact with it, we saw it was heavily aspected to lightning. For all we know, the 11th, 4th, and 8th reflections are heavily aspected to earth, ice, and possibly fire. You have gone Super Saiyan. Oh shit. Okay, I know the screen's blocking me again. Okay. So, what if there's another ice aspect reflection? See, the thing is, we can't have 2 of every reflection having every element, because there's 6 elements, but only 13 reflections to go through. So we've had 2 lightning reflections, the 9th and the 12th. They're the only 2 reflections we have confirmed that have 2 elements of the same element. So the 9th reflection and the 12th reflection are both lightning aspected. The other reflections have all only had 1 element. And we didn't even include light. Like, don't forget. So if we think about that, there's 8 elements. So there's 8 elements we have to think about. But why would multiple have different... Well, only some of them can have the same element, essentially. So 2 of them have lightning. The rest are all separate, with the exception of the 13th and the 7th. They both have darkness. But the other 3 in the air. We don't know. I'm going to imagine, though, Earth is a very good candidate. It would give us a new expansion based on Earth, which is a good one. Water, another great example. Considering Aetheris is made up of mostly water, another reflection aspect of the water, like the 4th, makes a lot of sense. How much Aether is needed for it to be aspected? It's not a case of how much Aether. So, let's confirm this real quick, right? So, let's take the 9th reflection as an example, right? So, you have the 9th reflection. The 9th reflection, once upon a time, was an unaspected world which didn't have an elemental aspect. Then an Ascian came. One of the Sundered Ascians, more than likely Halmrut, came to the 9th reflection and started to manipulate events on the 9th reflection that began its turn towards lightning. So they started manipulating events that started turning the elemental aspect of that world towards lightning. It started getting more and more aspected to lightning. So this is the Aether transferring from unaspected Aether and transforming into lightning aspected Aether. So it's not getting more Aether, it's just transforming. It's the same thing that happened on the first reflection. It was unaspected hundreds of years ago, and then the elemental aspect of the Aether started to change to be aspected to light. Now, on the 9th reflection, it started being aspected to lightning. It started getting more and more aspected to lightning. Now, they hadn't gone over the tipping point yet. They had gotten heavily aspected to lightning, where it started loads of lightning strikes striking the earth, and then all of a sudden Electrope was created because of a combination of fire and lightning or something. They never really explained Electrope's creation, to be perfectly honest. I'm still researching that. The tipping point for the ninth reflection. So the ninth reflection was, if you look at the other worlds that we've seen, there was a tipping point where the reflection was kind of aspected to one element, and then a calamity was triggered to make it heavily aspected to one element. On the 13th reflection, which was the first world they did it with, the destruction of the Watcher and the releasing of the barrier around Zodiac's shard caused the 13th reflection to go from partially heavily aspected to darkness to being fully aspected to darkness. On the first reflection, it was the same thing. A reflection was pretty aspected to light, then Eden came along, and that was the calamity that heavily aspected that world to light. On the ninth reflection, the catalyst was the Storm Surge, the war between Alexandria and Lindblom and possibly others. So they had a war with each other. Their planet was aspected to Aether to a certain point. Then Lindblom made the weapon of mass destruction, the unnamed Electrope bomb, which was pure Electrope, fully charged with lightning aspected Aether. When it detonated, it caused such a massive chain reaction of lightning that the ninth reflection went from being partially aspected to lightning to being heavily aspected to lightning because of the detonation of that bomb. So that was what made the ninth reflection heavily aspected to lightning. So you can see the modus operandi of the Ascians now. They'll start aspecting a planet or a reflection towards Aether, an etheric element. Then they'll cause a calamity that will heavily aspect it. They've done that at least, well, we've seen evidence of them doing it 3 times, but they've done it on every reflection that's rejoined so far. So, Flood of Light on the first, Storm Surge Bomb on the 9th, Flood of Darkness on the 13th. Now, the only reason don't forget, the only reason the 13th didn't rejoin is because they didn't do it correctly. So, causing the event, or causing a reflection to go heavily aspected to one particular element will cause that element to fester. However, you need to trigger a calamity of the same element on the source in order to breach the etheric barrier around the source, which will cause that reflection to then flood into the source. If you don't do the calamity on the source, the reflection won't rejoin and it will fester. That's what happened to the 13th. So Wyrm manipulated Golbez into killing the Watcher and breaking the seal around Zodiac's prison. This event caused the 13th reflection to become heavily aspected to darkness. However, the Ascians didn't realize that you had to also trigger a calamity on the source. They didn't cause it. So the darkness aspected Aether of the 13th reflection festered on the 13th because it had nowhere to go. So that's why it fell into the void. It became a void of darkness because the Aether had nowhere to go. So rather than just rejoining to the source like they wanted it to, it didn't, and it festered and turned into the void. Now every reflection has the ability of doing that. Now this is a theory that's been thrown around regarding the ninth reflection as well. Halmarot's saying that the ninth reflection is doomed to die. Some people are speculating, and I've speculated about it myself, is that the ninth reflection has gone well over the tipping point and now is about to do what the 13th did and fall completely. So it's going to become a void of lightning, essentially. It doesn't mean it becomes a void, but it's going to fall so far that the lightning is going to fester beyond the point of no return, and essentially becomes a void of lightning. Essentially. A lightning hell, essentially. Because the lightning has nowhere... The lightning aspect of data of their world has nowhere to go. Because it won't rejoin. Either because no calamity has been triggered, which I'm still debating is still going to be triggered by us. I made that theory that we're going to cause something to happen on our reflection, on the source. Lightning aspected, it'll breach the etheric barrier. The night reflection is so heavily aspected that it'll rejoin by accident. We'll kill the night reflection and everybody on it. And then, yeah, we walk into 8.0 with blood on our hands as a result. If you haven't watched my theory videos on this subject, I highly recommend you do, because I go into detail on that. So we just need to siphon off the FFXIV to balance it. Everyone dies. Yeah. Siboria, now, this is another thing I mentioned. If you watch my Calyx video, I made a theory that Calyx's reason for targeting us and taking the key and summoning the primal was all actually to save the night reflection by siphoning lightning aspect of data away. So look at this for a second, right? So
I made a mistake. Well, not really.
So let me, here we go. Right, so look at this for a second.
It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
It's not here, sorry.
You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame.
Yeah, here we go.
You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand?
Get into it.
It grows stronger.
We're getting there. We're almost there. Hang on. We're almost there. Sekenda, we already did.
I feel it again.
We already did. Calyx summoned that primal. So he's going to explain his reasoning now, right? So watch.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
Was this the ultimate goal all along? The repeated summoning of this primal? The Neo-Regulators were created to keep the primal manifested with prayer. All the while, Calyx would use us to defeat the primal again and again and again.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark.
Was this his master plan? To absorb and expend the lightning aspected aether of the night reflection? What if he was able to summon this primal enough times? This might have actually stabilized the night reflection and may have fed into his plans for the Endless. And what happened? We got in the way. We freed the people from the Neo-Regulators and defeated Necron. So let's recap.
So essentially that's my theory. Calyx was actually, part of his plan was actually to save the night reflection. So he summoned that primal and he summoned it again and he stated as such, I will drain the lightning aspect of data of this world to its last spark in order to keep doing this, which would have kept his primal going, but would have had the interesting side effect of draining away a lot of lightning aspect of data from the night reflection, thereby reducing its elemental aspect to lightning and possibly preventing it from rejoining or rotting away or whatever. So that's why he's going to talk to us in Mordona, to tell us we fucked up and killed everyone. Essentially, yeah. So that's his master plan. But he made a primal for two reasons. One, to defeat us. Two, for draining the aether. Exactly. He wanted to defeat us. Make no mind about that. I mean, he wanted to defeat us. Remember this?
Calyx's goal so far as the Warrior of Light was concerned was pretty simple.
Calyx tried to fucking kill us. He wasn't trying to stun us. He wasn't trying to do anything else. He was trying to kill us. He wanted the key, but he also wanted to save the Night Reflection from us. So, he's very pragmatic about his theories. And he's pragmatic about his solutions. So, he tried to kill us. He failed to kill us himself. So, he summoned the Primal to try and kill us, which will also serve as purposes of draining the Night Reflection of Lightning Aspected Aether, which he also would have been able to do if he had the key. If he had the key, he would have been able to drain the Lightning Aether from the Night Reflection. Maybe drain it onto the source. But, yeah, that's my theory. Was Bahamut Calamity a fire? No. Bahamut was an unaspected... Well, no, actually, no, I lie. Sorry. Bahamut is considered... Or, yeah, Bahamut at the beginning was considered an unaspected calamity. Until it was confirmed that he was a darkness calamity. When the 7th was confirmed to be a darkness aspected reflection. Now, the 7th reflection was only confirmed to be darkness aspected a couple of years ago. For a long time, we considered it to be an unaspected reflection. So, in answer, yeah, Bahamut is a darkness aspected reflection. Whew. Okay, I think I'm pretty much done now because I am tired and my voice is getting a bit raw now. And it's also Friday and I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours. So, I don't think there's anything else we need to actually go through right now. Ooh, that's a cool picture of me. Can I take a picture of that? I'm not going to bed yet. I'll talk about one more thing. Or if I can think of one more thing, I'll talk about one more thing. So, let's actually recap just before we finish. I'm not going yet. Hang on. I'm not going yet. I still have things to talk about. Well, let's just go back. Let's just... Actually, just to finish, let's recap, right? So, we have part 1 of Trail to the Heavens coming in a couple weeks' time. Or just about. So, part 1 will start with us with studying the key. So, it begins with us studying the key in Solution 9. In either the Preservation Laboratory or Oblivion's base of operations. The back door. We take the key out of its housing, so we obviously don't need the housing anymore. We took it out. Maybe we'll realize the key will work. Everybody's obviously on edge about whatever they're looking at on the key. Oh, life flourished on this faraway shore. Yep. Zekenda, I'm still of the opinion that's an incantation to activate or deactivate the key. Now, to continue, so we're studying the key. Then all of a sudden, an ally's unsettling message threatens to draw their attention elsewhere. So we get contacted by either Alice or Lucia in Garlamald to say something's going on at the manufactory. We need your help to deal with it because there's void scent and stuff going on. So we end up going to the manufactory, which is called the Sutium. I'm just going to call it that. So we end up starting to venture through the ruins of the back of the city of Garlamald. We end up encountering this big boy, which is an Araman void scent combined with a Scorpion Magitech. Somehow, we don't really know why, but it is. So he's our first boss. We then end up entering the manufactory. We get to this point here. We can see the airships being in their dry dock. We don't really have an answer for these tethers. They're not natural to the building. They're hanging out of the rafters. Doesn't really make sense. We get around here. We're moving up here. We fight our second boss here, which it might be a Magitech soldier of some kind. Maybe another void scent. Don't know. We fight our second boss here. Then we start moving around. We move around here. We get to this point here. We get to one of these tunnels. We can see the ship in the background. We jump in the tunnel. We either get sucked through or run through. Slide down the slide. to the deeper part of the manufactory. Then we encounter our third boss, which likely has something to do with Enyo. Now, I don't think the third boss is Enyo because he is our trial, but Enyo might be down there. So maybe we'll fight one of his minions that's down there, and then we end up discovering Enyo and his freaking Void Stargate. No explanation about this, but obviously they're making inroads into our world for some reason. I just thought of something. How do I explain this? Oh shit, okay. 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 This Void Scent content seems to be a bit out of left field, doesn't it? I mean, if we consider how we started studying the key, we're studying the key in Solution 9, then all of a sudden we're getting called to Garlamald, and now we're dealing with freaky Void Scent and what looks to be Lord of the Void, who is akin to Cloud of Darkness. The question, and this guy seems to be, this is no brute or anything else. This guy seems to be on a high level of power and intelligence. Why is this suddenly happening now? Now, we know something's happening to the reflections. The reflections are dying. Is it entirely possible that the 13th is actually starting to feel whatever the frick is happening as well? So maybe the reason he's actually coming to the source is because he feels maybe the void is slipping away like the other reflections are. Maybe there's something happening that we don't realize. And maybe maybe as well. Think about this for a second. Think about this. An ally's unsettling message threatens to draw their attention elsewhere. What if the message actually came from the first? What if they're starting to feel it on the first as well? What if Reen comes to us around something's happening, we need your help, get over here? Or Zero, yeah. But maybe the fact that this guy turns up as well, something's going on in Garlamald, we go there. This guy, the Lord of the Void, a highest tier rung Void Scent, akin to the Cloud of Darkness, is in Garlamald, and he's like, our world is failing. I mean, granted, a lot of them want to die. This guy doesn't want to die. He's a Lord of the Void. He doesn't want to die. But he's here because the Void is about to fucking die, because the reflections are all dying. But we're going to get contacted by the first. This guy's here because his reflection is literally dying. We're probably going to hear from Zero now at some point as well. But I have a feeling that this could be somebody from the first reflection, likely Reen, saying something's happening here. And it's all starting to piece together. We're starting to see a pattern of reflections starting to wither away. The pattern is starting to come together, and then it's only revealed at the end of part 1, when we all turn around, we're on the moon, and this cow suddenly turns up and says, yeah, you're on the right track. The reflections are dying. They're all dying. I'm sorry to say that. I've just come from the night reflection myself. Yeah, it's... you're a bit late, by the way. The night reflection just died when I left. Sorry. And we're like, wait, what? Part 1, cliffhanger, ends. Possibility. Hold up. Isn't there a friendly Void Scent in Radzatan? I don't think he's saying anything, now to be honest. What is he saying nowadays? Let's go check on our little guy, will we? Let's go check on the dude. By the way, yeah, while you were gone looking at stuff, the night reflection kind of just died. You didn't really hear anything about it because you're not really doing that with that anymore, you know. I'd say, like, if the night reflection died, how would we know? I'd say it would be known by our sudden disconnection from the living memory. I'd say the people of Alexandria would realize that. Where is he? Have you checked in with Zero lately, or the... We can't check in with Zero, can we? Zero's somewhere on the 13th. We can't check in with her, unfortunately. But yeah, to recap, I went the wrong way. I'm too lazy. I'm too lazy. Scheisse. Where's our boy? Our boy's in here, isn't he? No, that's the delegates. Ah, he's down here. There you are. What's up, my boy? I'll be on my best behavior until I forge a pact. Okay, his dialogue has not changed, unfortunately. Don't forget, nobody can actually talk to this guy. The only ones who can actually talk to this guy is us. So, he doesn't have a clue what this thing's saying. It just blobs around doing its thing. You can only talk to us because of our echo. So, nothing new, unfortunately. But I do like this theory. I do really like this theory. That we're working on things. We get a call from a friend. Something's going on the 1st. We'll probably go to the 1st on our own to confirm things with Reen, maybe. Then we end up getting called back again. Something's going on in Garlamald. We end up going to Garlamald. Your man's here at the end, and he's like, the 13th's falling. We need help, or we're going to invade this world because our world is about to die. Then we kill him, or try to... Well, I'm assuming he's on the source, so we're going to kill him. Or at least drive him away. Then we end up going to the moon because suddenly we found out something's gone wrong with the 1st. Something's going wrong with the 13th. We go to the moon. And then somebody introduces themselves and everybody's looking a bit, who the fuck is this person? She shows up. Then we end up in Mordona somehow. And she tells us, yeah, the worlds are dying. Or maybe that's the reason she's looking there. So she's talking, the Scions are looking at her, and she's like, the worlds are falling, the worlds are dying. Oh, by the way, the Night Reflection actually died before I left. Sorry about that. My condolences to the Lalafell, who I think had family there, you know? Yeah. Sorry about that. It might have been my fault. I'm very sorry. At which point, Y'shtola decides to cook her. Nobody is going to trust this bit. I tell you, I'm telling you right now, nobody is going to trust this. Nobody is going to trust her. I do not trust her. Yes, she has a nice character. She has a great voice. She's funny. But she's a fucking assy, and I do not trust her as far as I could throw her. And I can... Well, I can throw her far, but that's not the point. I do not trust this woman. And I do not trust Calyx either. I mean, I know people want her to be an ally and stuff like that, but she's a freaking Ascian. When has trusting in... Think about this for a second. The last couple of times we trusted an Ascian, it went bad for us. Remember Selk? He suddenly became buddy-buddy with us. He travelled around Norvrend with us. We broke bread, we made friends. Then he shot Grahatia in the fucking back and tried to turn us into a Light Warden. And then we had to kill him. We do not trust Ascians. Ever. One of them kidnapped Minfilia. One of them was the reason Moonbreda is dead. Two of them attempted to kill us. They attempted to do all sorts of shit during Heaven's Ward. We killed both of them. We do not trust Ascians. Ascians have not earned our trust. And Fan Daniel. We can't fucking forget about Fan Daniel. They have never been on our side. Exactly. They have no leverage with us. If an Ascian turns up, she's gonna know it's an Ascian, for one. She doesn't look like an Ascian. But Y'shtola is gonna know. Y'shtola will take one look at her and go Ascian. At which point everybody's gonna take out their weapons. I predict Alizé is gonna attack her right off the bat. So have you watched the Emet-Selch shit posting here on YouTube? The Emet-Selch shit posting? Wait, what do you mean? I'm assuming it's not just called Emet-Selch. It's not called shit posting, is it? Is it this? Is this it? Oh, I think I've seen that. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Wait. Is it this? 2 short videos. Out of context. Wait, which one? I don't understand. I don't... Oh, wait. I think my browser's frozen. Ah, my browser's frozen. Ah, my browser's fucking frozen. Oh, are you kidding me? My browser's frozen. Okay, there we go. All right, we're back. Jeez, my YouTube crashed. Yeah, my YouTube crashed. Wait, what is this thing called? Like, you're suggesting shit postings to me, but I don't see it. There's a lot of stuff about them, but I don't see it. There's like 1 million videos on Emet-Selch. Give me titles. I demand titles. Emet-Selch is the best character. Is it this?
And you are...
What?
Were one to study the annals of Garlean history, one would find yonder visage on many a page.
They're gone.
I am Emet-Selch, Ascian.
You're plotting something.
Yep.
Every hour of every day.
Fucking right. See? There you go.
As I have told you 1,000 times before, I like to watch. Nothing more.
If you really want to stay, then help us fight.
No. Emet-Selch, 'twas he who plucked thee from the live stream.
I see. Thank you.
There is a sight to bring a tear to the eye.
You recognize these scenes?
There was a time when anyone and everyone would, until one calamitous day when the world was divided across 10 and 3 reflections.
It's just proving we can't trust Ascian. Like, we cannot trust these characters. We cannot trust her. I do not trust her. We do not trust She's pretty. I don't care if she's pretty. I don't trust her. No trust. No, sorry. No trust. And him? Yeah, he can fuck off. I don't trust him. Don't trust him either. Never trust a bunny. She's not a bunny. She's a lizard. You don't trust lizards either. I mean, if she was a Lalafell, I wouldn't trust her. Am I the only one that finds it funny we're getting so many green characters? Wait, what do you mean? Is it because of him? Like he's... I assume he's green, right? I mean, she's green. I don't know what color this is. Unfortunately, I'm colorblind, so I don't know what color this is. She's adorable, can't be evil. Iron Breaker, that's the equivalent of saying I can fix her. You can't fix Ascian. Ascian is Ascian. There has not been a single Ascian that has been our friend. Calyx is white and grey. Okay, thank you for that. And people are saying grey and blue. He's actually just grey. Gaia is not technically an Ascian. Gaia is, well, she's a reincarnation of an Ascian soul, but without the memories and the shit and the influence. So we can trust her because she hasn't gone around murdering people lately. This bitch is likely the reason the Night Reflection is the mess it is. So my answer is no. That's my answer. No. No. I do not trust her. The same reason I didn't trust Wyrm, I don't trust La Hebrea, I don't trust MSL, I don't trust Nabrialis, I don't trust any of them. They're all bastards. And Judalifon, another one. Don't trust them either. Don't trust any of these bastards. Sorry, Graha fans. Okay, so you found it. Okay, all right. So we've got some gas here. Okay. I think I've seen this before. I've seen this before. Sorry. Okay. This is funny though. It's pretty good.
Together.
Yeah, this is good. It's a good film.
I'm surprised you can stand at all.
Can't be dead. I remember this. The freaking bike. They unlisted the videos. Really? Yeah, it's the motorcycle. I remember seeing this when it came out. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Hitler Days is like, what? I can see why the Graha fans didn't like it though. I mean, considering Graha T is fans, I'm not surprised if the creator of this video got a lot of flack for making this video. Like, people who love Graha T are very protective of Graha T. Graha T was definitely harmed in the making of this video. Oh, Jesus Christ. I think this is funny though. I thought it was funny when I first saw it. And then he goes into the fire. I thought it was great. Did you see he's crying in the FanFest merch? Why is he so beat up? I just thought he died. I just thought he got shot. Like, wait, did you see he's crying in the FanFest merch? Grassy is crying in the FanFest merch. Wait, what? I didn't see that. Where's the merch again? It's not the special items. No, it's the it's the where is it? F14 FanFest goodie bag 2026. Ah, here we go. Okay. Is it on the hat? That's a nice bag though. Wait, is that what they're getting? Fuck, they're not getting that bag, are they? I want that bag. Holy shit, that's a nice bag. I love messenger bags. Oh man, that's a nice hat as well. They're getting some good goodie bags this year. Dang. Wait, where's he crying? I can see Tataru has some big anime eyes. Oh, he's crying. Oh yeah, he's crying. Yeah. Poor guy. They're selling extra after the fest. I want that hat. Yeah, I want this. I really want. If Europe better get this. If we get some shitty, stupid bag, and they got this, I'm gonna freak. That's so clean. I like that. Finally, some good fucking food. Damn it, they're getting some good merch this year. Damn it. Oh, we better get that bag. That's all I'm saying. We better get that bag. I want that bag. Graha would only cry if the Warrior of Light dies. And to be fair, don't forget Border. Don't forget the boat ride in Living Memory. Remember when he was reminiscing about us? It's because we died. We died and he wasn't there. He still feels that. He still carries that. That baseball cap is super clean though, I have to say. This was only posted today, wasn't it? That is super clean. I don't remember anybody posting this. I would have seen this in FanFest. Hang on. Oh, they did post it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's the hang on. Yeah, there's the sticker. He's crying. Yeah. No, he's talking about us because he wanted to be in an adventure with us, but we died during the 8th Thermal Calamity. Poor Graha. He lost. He didn't have a chance to play with us that time. Because he woke up, don't forget, he woke up, he was awake for a few days before he traveled back. And he realized we were dead. A sticker that will lose the stickiness in 3 days? Yeah. The stickers from FanFest are pretty bad, to be honest. They don't hold that long. To be fair, FanFest merch is pretty... It could be pretty meh, to be honest. The bag from Paris, I think it was very good. I still have it. Yeah, I still have it. But there's only certain FanFest merch that actually really does. I did not see the clean sticker graphics though. Where is it? Yeah, I don't see them either. I don't know where she got that. Oh, there they are. Yeah, so they're on here. Look. So look at the little eyes. Look at the. Oh Jesus. Oh God. Look at the. Oh, that's cute. I like that. That's so cute. Tataru, I want her back, dude. Like, the fact that we're going back to Mordona means Tataru has to go back, right? You want a Vulnstack pin? They do have there is Vulnstack pins. They sold them at last FanFest. So you should be able to get Vulnstack pins. But yeah, there was a picture of Grahak crying his eyes out somewhere. Anyway, I do like these pens though. They're nice. I like those pens. They're more Endwalker though, to be honest. They don't really scream Dawntrail to me. I do like this though. I like the fact that it has that as well. But I just hope the quality is really nice, because the quality of the other bags tend to be meh. Send her to the Shadow Realm? Saboria, don't you dare disrespect my girl. I mean, look at her. I'm going to show you the tarot pictures just because you said that now. You asked for it. I have an entire gallery of her. Where's my Scions pictures? Scions. Tataru. Here you are, my girl. Look, there's my girl. Look, there's my girl. My girl. My girl. Look at her, so sad. And she's like, I'm going to kill you. And then there's the very cute one as well. Welcome home. And where's the really cute one though? Oh, when she was scared. Jesus, yeah. Poor thing. When she was happy. She was so happy. Her and her hat. Gotta love the hat. Her when she was training to be an arcanist. I could go on and on and on. I can go on and on and on and on and on about Tataru. But yeah, I really want her back. I really want Tataru back. I miss Tataru. Does she only have one or two outfits lately? Well, no, she rotates between outfits depending on what she's doing. She mostly stays in this outfit. That's her daily. That's her daily outfit. She used to have this outfit, of course. She had a different... She makes her own outfit, so... Wyrm Pearl to Tataru, like, I can do that with the others as well. I have loads of Kral pics. I'll show you Kral. Watch, I'll show you Kral. My girl, look at my girl. She's very, very scared there. Look at, she's like, what the hell is going on here? She's like, very smooth in this, and she's doing her Aether stuff. She's doing very nice there. She's very nice. She's thinking about some stuff. She's contemplating the origins of the universe and stuff like that. Well, I've got loads of pics of her. Like she's still thinking about stuff here. Like, you know, she's just getting to terms with things. She's like thinking about stuff and all. Yeah, I could pull them like Pokemon cards. You know, yeah. Got loads of pics of her. She's the best Scion though. Kryl has always been my favorite Scion in my opinion. She's my favorite character in FF14 period. The useful Lala. Yeah, she is the useful Lala. She's the best Lala. She's the Scion's night static member, making all the raid gear and food. Yeah, Tataru is the night static member. Yeah, see, think about, like, Ball of Dragon makes a good point. If you think about modern raid groups, you have the 8 core members, you have a couple of reserves, and you have a dedicated crafter who crafts all your gear while you're progressing for World First. That's why we have Tataru. And then we have our core team. And we have a couple of reserves. So, makes sense, doesn't it? But yeah, I think I'm pretty much done now. Nothing else we want to talk about right now. However, I want your opinion on something, actually. I've been thinking of doing a watch along for FanFest. So maybe I should do a watch along for FanFest. What do you think? I have a stream for the evening after the live letter that's coming up. So I'm going to dissect the live letter from a lore perspective. So if I look at my live streams, I think I have one planned. I need to finish watching that actually. I've been enjoying his videos. Where is it? Yeah, I have a letter from producer. So that's on the 17th at 7:30. So I'm going to break down the live letter from the afternoon, and we'll break it down from a lore perspective, as I do with all my others. But I'm willing to do a FanFest watch along if everybody's interested. So, because I usually would watch it with my friends. My friends tend to scream a lot, so I don't think I'll put that on stream. But I think we'll all just watch it together. What do you think? We'll put a live stream on. We'll watch it, and we'll start breaking it down in real time from a lore perspective. Because I imagine my ideas are going to be flowing, and everybody else's ideas are going to be flowing the moment we find out what 8.0 is about, because all the connections are going to start to be made the moment we know exactly what 8.0 is about. So yeah, I'm very willing to do a watch along, so I think I will schedule that as well. We'll do a watch along for, at the very least, we'll do a watch along for the keynote of FanFest. Then when the keynote is over, we'll start doing a lore dive and a theory dive. And we'll start making up the theories right away. Only if you promise not to pause. I watched one last time, it was constantly paused. No, I hate that. I'd never pause. I'm not even going to touch the keyboard. I'm going to watch. I'm going to comment. We'll watch the keynote together, right? We'll watch it all. We won't pause. I won't be talking over anybody. I'll occasionally scream, because there's going to be some great announcements. But after the keynote is done, we'll break it down from a lore perspective, right? So we'll watch the keynote, we'll get all the details, I'll make some notes, won't talk much, I'll talk a little bit because I'll be excited. Then we'll break it down from a lore perspective. We'll all share ideas together. Everybody will start posting their ideas, I'll give you my ideas. And we'll get a pattern going. We'll draw something together. And we'll get a general map of what we think is going to happen. Because, yeah, we'll do that. It's similar to how I do a breakdown of the live letters. Except we'll just watch the keynote first and then we'll break it down. Alright, I'll schedule that for FanFest. That sounds good. I like that idea. But yeah, I'm going to bed. I really hope we get some new outfits for some of the Scions. Well, Bala, think about this. We've gotten a new outfit for every expansion. We got a new outfit for our travels over. Wait a second. Did we get a new outfit at the end of Endwalker? We got an outfit during Endwalker. But Tataru didn't give us an outfit for traveling, did she? Did we get an outfit for traveling? I mean, the Warrior of Light had a new outfit. Wait, what outfit did we get exactly? I don't remember this. Oh, we got it in the first patch. Sorry, the Wayfarer. Okay, yeah. Then maybe Tataru will give us a new outfit when we go to the Mordona in part 1. I mean, I'd love a new outfit because, well, I like my outfit, but I really wouldn't mind another outfit. I'm kind of overdue on outfits. Yeah. So, yeah. That's it from me. So, we got through some good ideas, and I think we've generated some reasonably good theories regarding what's going to happen. A real time skip would be hard to do, as the whole world would need to be changed unless... We still do want a time skip. A lot of people do want a time skip. Those twins need to grow the fuck up. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people do want them to grow up, to be honest. Time skips are hard to do for FF14 because we've only had one time skip. Keep in mind, we've only had one time skip in FF14. And that was the time skip of 1.0 to 2.0. So they had to release a new game to justify time skip. But, well, no, the time skip was actually the justification for making the world look similar but different because it was a different game. So that's the reason for that. But to be honest, I would not be like, they could do it like this, right? So say, for example, you get to the end of the storyline. Think of it like this, right? You get to the end of the storyline of Dawn Trail with patch 7.56, right? The quest, right? You do the final MSQ, right? It ends. Then you get a cutscene, which will just fade to black and also say many years later. And then you start seeing us picking up the pieces, or we've long since picked up the pieces of what happened with the reflections. The reflections have been dying for years ever since that announcement happened. Then we get a cutscene or a cinematic trailer showing what's going on, leading us into 8.0, and then the whole train transitions, and then all of a sudden it's just a few years later. I mean, the main thing they'd have to change, they'd have to change every character's position. They'd have to change some things about locations, but they wouldn't have to change too much. I mean, it's reasonably doable, but it would require them to alter fundamental things about every part of the game in order to do that. So it would require a significant amount of development to do. But not many locations will change. Like, so say they did a time skip of 5 years. Unless there's a calamity, there wouldn't be much changes to worlds. Like, for example, like, look at this. Yeah, old quests would probably need to be updated, but they're side quests. You don't really need to touch them that much. Like, this alleyway wouldn't change. In 5 years, it's going to still look the same. The 8th Plaza in Limsa doesn't really need to change. Maybe the stalls will change. Maybe the NPCs will be different. Not much needs to change, though. Or maybe they can just show that the twins have suddenly just grown the feck up. Maybe, like, maybe they could just say there was a time skip, right? But the twins have actually just been gone for a long time. Or they take advantage of the fact that reflections seem to have time moving faster. So let's say, for example, the twins get accidentally sent to a different reflection. They're not gone for long. We get them back. And they've aged 5 years. I mean, they had a chance to do that with Shadowbringers, to be fair. In Shadowbringers, they did age by a year. They should have aged by a year. And it kind of showed a little, I think. But I don't think they got taller. See a Limion. What? But imagine how much painful those growing pains would be if they jump a few feet in the height of a few months. It's fair. See, that's the main thing. They do get a bit taller every new design. Do they? Wait. Do they? Hang on. Are you saying they get taller every time they're redesigned? Do I need to test this? Alize used to be taller in 2, but so she shrunk. Alize shrunk. Alize shrunk from 2.0. Wait, what? Right, I'm proving this once and for all. Right. We're going to Mordona. You're never going to let me sleep, are you? Okay. We have one way of proving this. We have one way of proving this. We know a place where they're always going to be. We're proving this right now. We're doing it live. Okay. My dear, how are you? I've missed you. I love you lots. Are you still... Oh, our dialogue hasn't changed. I'll see you in patch 7.5, sweetie. Okay. Alright. We're going back. Where's the bloody thing again? How do you do this? Oh, there we go. Okay. Shit, she's not here. Okay. Alright, where will we find her? Where do we find this girl? It's very slight. Now you've piqued my attention. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep until I find out this now, because I'm going to be lying in my bed just going, is Alizé fucking taller? I'm fairly certain she's at the end of Heaven's Word. I think she's standing around here or something. She was somewhere. Crap! Where is she? Dang it. Try Stormblood Part 1. Yeah, Stormblood Part 1, she would be there. And then I'll go all the way to the end of Endwalker. Right, Stormblood Part 1. There she is. Okay. Right. Now, I can measure her according to my own height, right? So, let me integrate myself with her character, right? So, I'll let myself finish my animations first. Right, let me get a bit out, actually. Okay. Alright. Alright, so that's her Stormblood. Your plume is up to the ear. Yeah, it's up to her nose, just about. And her ear, yeah. So, her nose and her ear actually perfectly align. That's interesting. I'm assuming that's the design of purpose. Okay. Now, I think end of Endwalker, or beginning of Endwalker. Now, part 2 of Endwalker, I think, is when we'll see her again. So she would have, she's in Stormblood. She would have went to our redesign in Shadowbringers. Then part 2 of Endwalker, she should be here before the Scions disbanded. I think. Shit. I'll find her. I'll find her. I will find her. I'm dying to know. If this is true, I'm going to lose my shit. Do you know that? I'm going to lose it if this is true. Right, see, nobody's here. Nobody's in here after this. Although... Now, do you know what? Endwalker, and I'll go to Tertium. She should be in Tertium at 7.4. Or 6.4. Alright. So, she's standing on flat ground. I know where she is. So, we're going to Tertium. Early Dawn Trail Part 1 in the Annex. That's true as well, actually, yeah. Well, she should be standing around here. There she is. Right. And she's facing the same direction. Just don't look at me, please. Oh, God. Alpha, no, you're kind of in my way, dude. She's fucking shrunk. Oh, I can't tell. Alpha No is in my goddamn way. Right, let me test this. Right, here we go. Right, so once I do my thing, she's the same height. She's the same height. She has not changed in height. She is the same height. She's in a completely different design, standing on a flat floor. We're both standing on a flat floor. She's a different height. Unless... Does she use the same or smaller? I don't know. What the hell was... You're going to make me go back, aren't you? Fuck's sake. Right, she's in... Boots. Shit. I'm going back. God damn it. She's in fucking high heels or something in thing, isn't she? Oh, Jesus Christ. Where was she again? Beginning of Stormblood? Yeah. Oh, God. The frickin' lengths I'm going to here, people. Ding, 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 ding. I just want you to be thorough. I am being thorough. I'm going here measuring people. Arya needs to come back. Arya is a beautifully isn't she just a beautifully designed character? I mean, look at her character. Beautifully designed. And I love her weapon. Her weapon is so simplistic, but it has a specific function. I love that character. She's one of my favorite job characters. Bola, it's okay. I'm just a lore nerd. I get stuck on this stuff. Wait. She's in those fucking platform things. Look. She's shrinking. She is fucking shrinking. Look. Look. She's in those fucking Michael Jackson things. Or whatever. What are those things? The fucking Spice Girl boots. Look. She is shrinking or not moving at all. I am of the opinion she's shrinking. Wait. Yeah, she's shrinking. Yeah, she's wearing the fucking... I should stop cursing. She's wearing these things. Do you remember these things? Remember these things? She's wearing these things. The Spice Girl boots. The ones with the giant freaking salt on them. She's wearing those. Oh, jeez. I mean, the saving grace is Alice stands the same posture. She doesn't slouch. I mean, look at Alphino. I can't measure him. He's freaking slouching. Even their mother is so tall compared. Yeah, exactly. Her mother and father are freaking giraffes. So... the fact that these two do not grow is disturbing. And I would appreciate it if they did grow, to be honest. Although, to be fair... Did I get it wrong? Oh, I got it wrong. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She is growing. She is growing. These platform boots are making you look the same height. So she's this height. She has the Spice Girl boots on. But now she doesn't have the Spice Girl boots and she's the same height. So from that perspective, she's growing. A little. She grew a little. She grew a smidge. She grew a centimeter. So she grew a tiny teensy wincy bit. But as I was saying, I think the twins are to Final Fantasy XIV as Pikachu is to Pokemon. I'm not checking now for now. We solved this by the power of fashion. Exactly. But yeah, the twins are to FF14 as Pikachu is to Pokemon. You can't change the character. If you change the character, people will go freaking ballistic. Have you seen how people react when anime changes their character styles? People wig the frick out. Imagine, like, suddenly these two grew into adults. They wouldn't be the kids anymore. They'd be giraffes. I mean, they'd be the size of freaking, like... Do you know, I think a good way of testing this, right? A good way of testing this is if we got access to another timeline of, like, 10 years in the future. So say, for example, there was a part of an expansion that had us skip 10 years into the future. And then we saw all of our favorite characters as they would be in 10 years. That would be a good way of gauging, like, do people like the way the characters look now? I mean, Thancred's hair is going a bit grey. The twins are giraffes. Urianger's got wrinkles. I mean, that'd be cool. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, it's a good way of testing whether or not people would actually like the changes. I mean, I'm assuming people have drawn it, right? I'm assuming there's loads of fan art about what they look like when they grow up, right? Yeah, here's an example. Like, here's somebody who drew it. Look. That's a bit over... I think that's a bit over sexualized, but yeah. Giraffes. Oh, yeah, here, look. Somebody dressed his, he dressed his retainer as Alphino. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I don't think it's gonna work. I mean, he looks interesting, but yeah, he just looks he just kind of looks out of place, doesn't he? Somebody cosplaying as Alphino as well. But yeah, I'm done. That's it. I'm done with this for tonight. But yeah, my next stream is, I think, this time next week. So after the live letter, we'll do a lore breakdown, because we're going to have so much stuff of patch 7.5 to actually go over. So I'll go to bed. Yeah, it's 20 past 11 here. I need to go to bed. Yeah, I'm going to bed. Right, people. I'll stand here with Tataru. Tataru, I'll keep you company tonight, right? Yeah, here you go. You stand here? Here we go. Alright, people, good night and have a good one. I will see you in 1 week for the live letter breakdown.